Good evening and welcome to the Milford Board of Education's special board meeting, Monday, August 16th. We're going to open it with a roll call.
Mr. Yockey?
Here.
Mrs. Brady?
Here.
Mrs. Chestnut?
Here.
Mr. Miranda?
Here.
Mr. Ham?
Here, thank you. Would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Okay, we're going to need motion for the approval of tonight's agenda.
So
So-
moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Mr. Yockey?
Yes.
Mrs. Brady?
Yes.
Mrs. Chestnut?
Yes.
Mr. Miranda?
Yes.
Mr. Ham?
Yes, thank you. We're going to move to item B, which is our procedure for public commentary. We've got quite a few people that want to speak this evening. What I'm going to do is make sure that I read the public participation at board meetings policy. If you could, please adhere to that this evening. Normally, our first reading of public comment is 30 minutes with a 3-minute maximum per speaker. We obviously are going to adjust that this evening so that everybody will get a chance to speak. And we want to make sure that if you're coming up to speak, that if somebody said sort of the same thing or referred to the same citations or information, that we try to be a little bit more efficient and reduce redundancy. So you can come up and affirm that this is what I believe, and I agree with what was said earlier concerning these things. If we could do that, that way we can get more people in here to speak, and it won't be 1 or 2 in the morning for all of you. As I mentioned, the public participation at the board meetings, all meetings of the board will be open to the public. The primary purpose of the Board of Education meetings is to conduct the business of the board. The board is committed to conducting its meetings in a productive and efficient manner that assures that the regular agenda of the board is completed in a reasonable period of time and allows for a fair and adequate opportunity for input to be considered. The Board of Education recognizes the value of school governance, of public comment on educational issues, and importance of allowing members of the public to express themselves on school matters of community interest. Public participation at regular, special, and emergency board meetings will be governed by the following principles. The board has established 2 formal times during each meeting specifically for public participation. Each period shall be known as public participation. The first shall be at the beginning of the meeting and shall consist of up to 30 minutes. The first public participation period will be for public comments and input on items that are on the meeting agenda. The second period will be established at the end of each meeting. This period shall consist of up to 60 minutes. And number 1, the board requires that public participants be 1, district residents, taxpayers, employees, or students, or such individuals designee. 2, representatives of contractors eligible to bid on materials or services solicited by the board, or 3, a representative of the group in the community or district. Number 2, attendees are required to register their intention to participate in the first public portion of the meeting upon their arrival at the meeting. 3, participants must be recognized by the presiding officer and will be required to preface their comments by an announcement of their name, address, and group affiliation if applicable. Number 4, each statement made by a particular participant shall be limited to 3 minutes duration. Number 5, no participant may speak more than once during a meeting on the same topic. Number 6, no participant may speak more than once during a meeting until all others who wish to speak have been heard. Number 7, all statements shall be directed to the presiding officer. No person may address or question board members or others attending the meeting individually. Number 8, participants are permitted to address matters relating to the individual students or other matters made confidential by law, are not permitted. Number 9, to protect employee rights, the board does not hear complaints about specific employees in public session. Although no members of the community will ultimately be denied the right to bring his or her complaints to the board, any person with a complaint about a specific individual or employee will first be referred to the proper administrative channels for the exploration of possible resolutions before the presentation to, investigation by, or action by the board. The board believes that complaints are best handled and resolved as close to their origin as possible. The staff should be given the opportunity to consider the issues and attempt to resolve the problems prior to the involvement of the board. Therefore, the proper channeling of complaints will be as follows. 1, employee, 2, supervisor or principal, 3, superintendent, and then 4, board. If the proper channels have been followed, the person making the complaints will be referred to the superintendent and or another district employee. Complaints will not be heard by the board until the proper channels have been followed. Written complaints submitted directly to the board will be referred to the school administration for study and possible solutions in accordance with this policy. Complaints about school personnel will be investigated fully and fairly. The complaint must include the resolution the person making the complaint is seeking. Anonymous complaints will not be considered. Should the person submitting a complaint remain dissatisfied with the response of the administration after compliance with the complaint procedure set forth in this policy, he or she may request the matter be placed on the agenda for the board meeting, during which an executive session may be scheduled to hear the complaint. Any board action on the matter shall be taken in public session. Persons who disregard this policy will be out of order and asked to cease public discussion. If the request is denied, he or she will be requested to leave the meeting. If the request is ignored, he or she will be removed from the premise by the appropriate officials, and further legal action may follow. The presiding officer may also call a recess or an adjournment to another time when the lack of public decorum so interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting as to warrant such action. Under board response, if appropriate, the board will occasionally respond immediately to questions or comments, but will usually instruct the superintendent or treasurer to do further research and report back to the board and public participant. Those who have a specific question will receive response either at the meeting or shortly thereafter. The board wants to ensure that it is fully informed before responding. Okay. So we want to hear from you. Let's open our public participation.
Yeah.
And Brian, you have the list.
Yes. Amanda Fox.
Amanda Fox, 6331 Lakebridge Court, Loveland, Ohio, 45140. I come to you tonight, this is on.
No.
Little, it might be where the thing is holding it.
All right, is that working?
Yeah, you're
Okay.
good.
Amanda Fox, 6331 Lake Ridge Court, Loveland, Ohio, 45140. Conveniently, I'm the first one to speak tonight. So what I'm going to ask of you tonight when you hear the multitude of people speak is, as educators and representation of an education system, I ask that you listen to the facts. We stand in front of our students and we teach facts. We don't ask for opinions. We don't ask for their theories. We ask for their answers on a test to be facts that were taught to them during the lecture. So with that said, tonight, I'm asking you to listen to the facts. There are high school students in this room that are watching you, and if the opinions have a place for that, I guarantee you there will be answers written on tests that are a student's opinion. We need to listen to the facts of our medical doctors that are here tonight that have written letters. We need to listen to the CDC. They have years of education, which that's the system that we're here tonight representing, right, is education. Education's important, and if we don't listen to the facts and the experts in our field, then their education means nothing. When you come to us as a community and ask us for a bond, you've asked experts to tell us that the junior high is no longer safe. We can't add on to the junior high. We can't build upon it. It's a complete teardown. You asked experts for their advice. You took their expert advice and you brought it to the community. If you don't listen to the facts tonight, how are we supposed to know that the advice that you're getting from experts is really, truly expert advice and facts? So please, tonight, listen to the facts that are presented, not the opinions or theories from the residents. Thank you.
Lisa Brockman.
Come very fast. No, pass one down.
They're still warm,
That's right. I've been hugging it for a while.
apparently.
All right. Hi, I'm Lisa Brockman. 960 Tarragon Lane, Milford, Ohio 45150. I have a first and third grader at Boyd E. Smith. I
often hear people complain about kids no longer respecting authority. And what are we teaching them if we don't follow the guidance of the leading experts in pediatric medicine and epidemiology? Those experts, to name a few, include the CDC, the Ohio Department of Health, AAP, and today Cincinnati Children's Hospital jumped on board. I've included a copy of their most recent recommendations for your review in that packet. And I'm not sure why we're waiting on other districts to do the right thing before we're willing to, but the Lakota superintendent just announced today that they will start the year with mandatory universal masking for K through 12, regardless of vaccination status. I run a nursing home. I understand full well the burden of implementing unpopular COVID policies. We have masked every day since March 2020. Unvaccinated employees still test twice a week, but we do it because we're charged with keeping people safe. And I implement every policy in a way that causes the least amount of burden on the system. And starting the school year with optional masking puts the burden on two groups: kids to follow their parents' unpopular directive, and your teachers, who on top of everything else they do, will also be required to recall who was masked and who wasn't, who was close and who wasn't, whenever somebody tests positive. And attempt to catch those kids back up after their quarantine, which you know, based on last year's test results, is already going to be a challenge, even if everyone stays in person this year. Furthermore, from a purely business perspective, I'm concerned that the district will be opening itself up to potential litigation if and when, really, a child gets seriously ill or, heaven forbid, passes away from COVID that they got at school after unnecessary exposure because we didn't follow the guidance that's available to us. I don't envy you. I understand that the recommended guidance isn't popular, but I believe the district's mission includes the word safe, not popular. The facts are clear. In addition to teaching our kids life skills like respecting authority, we also teach them to do research and cite reputable sources. And from those experts, we know that source control, everybody wearing masks, works. For Cincinnati Children's Hospital, universal masking is about 85% effective in preventing the spread of the virus that causes COVID-19. That was a B+ in my day, so that sounds pretty good. Will my children be wearing masks on Wednesday, whatever your decision? Absolutely.
30
And yes,
seconds.
that's my right. But it's also my kids' right to be safe in their publicly funded school. And it's your job to do it.
Emily Mason.
My name is Emily Mason. I live at 1312 Gatch Court, Milford, Ohio, 45150. Thank you for calling this meeting to review this important issue. I am the mother of two boys who go to Side-Pelt Elementary. I am very concerned about the lack of a mask mandate in our schools. Many of the parents here have written in favor of a mask mandate, and in the numerous responses we have gotten back, one thing was repeated over and over. We will continue to look at the opinions and recommendations of the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics. Well, the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics has spoken. They both recommended universal masking. Not masking if you want, not it's the parent's choice. The AAP recommends universal masking because much of the student population is not able to get vaccines, and masking is proven to reduce transmission of the virus and to protect those who are not vaccinated. These are doctors who spent their careers studying children's health. They are not politicians, they are not news media, they are not YouTube personalities. Their expertise is the result of hard work, study, and experience. The CDC's and AAP's agenda is to keep our kids safe. In the Portrait of an Eagle, our district promises to teach our kids to be critical thinkers, to collect, assess, and analyze relevant information, and reflect critically on learning experiences, processes, and the impact of solutions to make sound decisions. Milford teachers do not accept YouTube videos, memes, or even Wikipedia articles as valid sources of information when our children are writing papers. They do not accept opinions that are not backed up with facts. What are we teaching them through our actions? That if you are loud enough, it doesn't matter if it is factual? That discredited doctors with retracted studies have equal standing with thousands of doctors who are highly respected. By not mandating masks, we are teaching them that we value politics more than their health. The CDC and AAP recommend universal masking for those who cannot protect themselves. They are talking about our children, and our children are watching.
30 seconds. Lauren Serber.
Hi, my name is Lauren Serber, and I live at 573 Blackhawk Trail, Loveland, 45140. Before I get started, I just want to say thank you for putting this meeting together to address the masking issue at hand. I know the board is in a difficult position, and the topic has become very divided. No decision tonight will make everyone here happy, but the big picture is this isn't about my happiness or any other parent's opinion. It's about what's doing scientifically proven to be the best interest of the health and safety of Milford students. Yes, we as parents always try to make the best decisions we can for our kids, and that is in fact why most of us chose to live right here, because of the amazing schools in Milford. The time and effort that was put into the grand reopening plan was apparent when I read through it last week. One item that jumped out at me was where it read, the CDC has placed great emphasis on the importance of all students returning to school buildings to learn in person, and we agree. The CDC is a credible source to trust for mandating of universal masks in our schools. Dr. Francis Collins, director of the U.S. National Institutes for Health, has implored parents to see masks for what they really are. This is not a political statement or invasion of your liberties. This is a life-saving medical device. Dr. Collins went on to say, if we don't have masks in our schools, the virus will spread more widely, it will probably result in outbreaks in schools, and kids will have to go back to remote learning, which is the one thing that we want to prevent. As an elected body, it is your obligation to serve in the best interests of students, faculty, and staff in Milford School District. It is your responsibility to utilize good judgment, scientific facts, and the guidance of expert organizations when making health and safety plans. Many of our neighbors who are opposing masks are fueled by misinformation or the simple desire to see their children in a normal school setting. That's understandable. We all are hoping to return to normalcy soon, and the only way we're going to get there is by implementing safety measures like masks. Last year, we masked in schools, we washed hands more, we kept a greater distance in the cafeteria, and schools were found not to contribute significantly to the spread of COVID-19. The physical classroom is where most children excel, and the majority of parents want our children to be physically present in the environment where they can best learn from their teachers and with their peers. Let's listen to the experts and do everything in our power to make sure that they do get back here and stay there. The CDC, AAP, Ohio Department of Health, Cincinnati Children's Hospital, and many local pediatricians have all recommended universal indoor mask wearing for K-12 schools. When we as parents send our children off to school, we trust that Milford Schools is doing everything in their power to keep them safe and healthy. McCormick's 3 main guidelines are be respectful, be responsible, be safe. Sending our kids to school wearing masks checks off all those boxes. Let's choose to be proactive and implement universal masking before there is an outbreak in Milford schools. Thank you for your time.
Christine Korn.
Christine Crone, 976 Hollow Creek Drive, Milford, Ohio, 45150. I first want to thank the administration for the decisions they made last year. With all the precautions, COVID was clearly kept from spreading, and school never shut down. So thank you for the decisions you made last year. I only wish we were here today with the same community mindset. I'm extremely concerned for our unvaccinated kids in the elementary schools, as well as the vulnerable and immunocompromised children, as well as the likely extreme spread and disruption of education that could happen with optional masking. I'm not gonna repeat all the medical experts that have been repeated about the AAP, CDC, Cincinnati Children's. The Cincinnati Pediatric Society came out this week and said optional masking is irresponsible. And I'm very familiar with Cincinnati Children's. This is my daughter. She's 6 years old and she's one of our first graders. She was born with Down syndrome and she's had multiple medical interventions since she was born. Cincinnati Children's has fixed her heart, her gut, her eyes. So when Cincinnati Children's tells me how to be safe, you better believe I'm going to listen. Many of her peers who also have Down syndrome or are immunocompromised or are vulnerable have rights to be in a safe school with consistent education. People who tell us just homeschool, just stay home, don't understand what the least restrictive environment is for children with disabilities. My daughter and handfuls of other students who have sensory issues or disabilities have a difficult time wearing masks, and we work hard to teach them how to do so. It pains me to know my child could be exposed in classroom when she's trying to wear her mask, unless other parents choose to be community-minded and mask up for other people's sake. My daughter loves school. She loves it. She loves her teachers, her friends. She couldn't go to open house tonight because she was exposed at summer camp, so she couldn't meet her teacher. She's already developmentally behind her peers, and I'm worried with exposure, education is going to be so disrupted, she falls further behind. She has a right to stay in class safely. Optional mask does not keep classrooms open. Milford filed the experts' advice last year, and we successfully avoided major disruption.
30 seconds.
Let's continue to listen to the experts and come together to keep up Milford's success and keep kids who want to be in the classroom in the classroom. Thank you.
Priya Thomas.
Good evening. My name is Priya Thomas. I live in 590 Black Hawk Trail, Loveland 45140. Thank you for giving me a chance to talk here. So, we have been listening to a lot of facts here about how masks do help spread the curve of the virus. And this virus we all want to stay away from. So what is stopping us, in spite of all the experts telling us to wear it? It could be a false feeling that we live in a free world and so nobody should tell us what to do. Freedom is a big concept. I have the freedom to listen to music, but if I use my freedom to listen to loud blaring music in the middle of the night, I'm denying my neighbor his or her freedom to have a peaceful sleep at night. There is always that thin line where my freedom overlaps the other person's freedom, and we have a responsibility to acknowledge it. The COVID-19 here, it's not a standalone thing. How I choose to deal with it affects the people around me. It affects my community. So there might be somebody, it may not be a big deal for me, but there might be somebody who has a compromised immune system or a pre-existing health condition to whom the COVID-19 is going to be a very critical blow. With great freedom comes great responsibility to be worthy of that freedom bestowed on us, to be considerate. Another cited reason I hear is inconvenience. If a child does not want to wear a seatbelt or eat vegetables or want to eat junk food every day, do we just say yes to them? As parents, we persuade them. We tell them why it is important to do that. Let us tell our kids how wearing a mask can help save lives. They can play superheroes and they'll be game. Children are intelligent, much more than we think. They understand. Make it fun, make it a positive experience. When I was talking to my son, he said, you know, we can show our personality by the design on our mask. In an ideal world, we do not need any mandates. No speed limits, no speeding tickets, no rules about drunken driving. But in reality, there are laws in place. Why? Because things aren't perfect. So, we need a mask mandate for the common good. And to the decision makers here, you have been honored and entrusted with the responsibility of the well-being of our children. Taking the right decision is not easy. It is tough, we all know that, especially if it has to go against the majority opinion.
30 seconds.
Throughout the pages of history, we read of brave men and women who took tough decisions in critical times. They were not the most popular decisions, but we remember them today as visionaries who prevented a catastrophe by their brave and bold decision. I invite you to do the same. Thank you.
Brady Estep.
Brady Estep, 951 Palomar Drive, Loveland, Ohio, 45140. My name is Brady Estep, and I'm an incoming 8th grader at the Milford Junior High School. I'm here to express my support for mandating masks in our elementary buildings. I'm starting the school year by wearing a mask at the junior high. Why? Although I'm vaccinated, I want to do all that I can to protect my sister, who's 11 and not yet eligible for the COVID vaccine, as well as protect the rest of my community. I'll likely be in the minority at the junior high and may be viewed as weird or different by some, but I'm doing it anyway. No one likes wearing masks. It can be uncomfortable at times, and honestly, it's one more opportunity for me to forget something as I walk out the door each morning. But it is what needs to be done. My sister will be wearing a mask when she returns to school. However, she's only one of around 650 students in her building, almost all of whom are currently unable to be vaccinated due to their young age. While wearing a mask will certainly be better than not wearing one, I'm still worried for the safety of my sister and her peers if the majority of those in her building are still unmasked. According to the CDC, masks provide some protection to the person wearing the mask, but are still most effective at protecting others in case the mask wearer is infected or contagious. For mask wearing to be truly effective as a tool to slow the spread of COVID and prevent large numbers of outbreaks and quarantines, everyone must mask. In the Milford Grand Reopening Plan, it's mentioned that the CDC has placed an importance on all students returning to a building for in-person learning. While that is true, in their most recently updated set of guidelines tailored for schools, the CDC also strongly recommends all individuals over the age of 2 wear masks indoors, regardless of their vaccination status. The same recommendation is also made by the American Academy of Pediatrics. The new Delta variant changes what we thought we knew about COVID from last school year. According to the CDC, the Delta variant's more contagious, more likely to cause severe illness in unvaccinated people, and more likely for fully vaccinated people to spread the virus to others. It's also important to remember kids can be greatly affected by COVID too. 10% of all COVID cases in Ohio have occurred to children under 18. As stated by the Cincinnati Children's Hospital, many kids who are not hospitalized with COVID still had long-term effects from the illness afterward. In conclusion, we can all agree that keeping kids in school is our ultimate goal. If COVID spreads through the various grades,
30
we'll have too many
seconds.
kids quarantined or homesick, and we'll risk moving back to virtual learning. This has already happened to other districts that have returned to school, and we all need to do our part to make sure this doesn't happen again, which is why this evening I'm asking the Milford Board of Education to protect the health of elementary students by mandating masks in their buildings. Thank you.
Jenny Zent call.
I think that speech tells us how wonderful our Milford teachers are. Thank you for having the courage to speak, Brady. My name is Jennifer Zent. I live at 5497 Enterprise Drive, Milford, Ohio. I appreciate that you scheduled this emergency meeting, and I thank you for taking the time to listen to our concerns. Contrary to what many people may think, the Delta variant is here. Multiple school districts in Indiana started school with mask optional policies. In response to an increase in COVID-19 infections, these districts decided it was necessary to implement the CDC and AAP's recommendations for universal indoor masking starting today. The Delta variant is so contagious, there are school districts in Arkansas, Texas, Oklahoma, Arizona, and Florida that have decided to violate their state's ban on mask mandates. These school districts are actually breaking the law to protect their students. I don't like wearing a mask, and I understand why we do not want our kids to wear masks at school. We all want life to return to normal. Unfortunately, we aren't quite there yet, and it is not going to do anyone any good to pretend like we are. We need to follow the guidance of the experts. They have years of education and experience. They know what they are talking about. A licensed pediatrician is an expert in medicine and children's health, just as a licensed teacher is an expert in education and teaching children. We trust the teachers. Shouldn't the medical professionals be given the same amount of respect? On Friday, August 13th, the Cincinnati Enquirer published a letter written by the board of the Cincinnati Pediatric Society that says, quote, allowing optional masking in school is irresponsible, reckless, and not in the best interest of children, end quote. Milford's very first core belief states, we believe that children are at the center of everything we do, and our practice should reflect their best interests. If this is a
30
true
seconds.
statement, you will vote yes on a universal mask mandate tonight. Thank you.
Kevin Sheehan?
Is that Kevin or Gavin?
Brian, can you repeat the name?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Kevin Sheehan.
Sorry.
We have two family members, similar names, so. Hi, Kevin Sheehan, 5483 South Garrett Drive, Milford, Ohio, 45150. Sorry, good evening. Thank you for letting me speak tonight on behalf of my family. We are for a mask mandate for Milford schools. Like all students, my son's ages 6 and 9, they are unvaccinated. The children's vaccine should be ready in the near future. Until then, in order to protect the unvaccinated students, staff, and faculty of Milford schools, masks should be required. They have been proven to prevent and slow the spread of COVID-19. Using masks in schools is held by many governmental agencies that have already been mentioned, as well as 14 other states that are breaking the law to make sure that their students and faculty and staff are also protected. As a community, we should do all that we can do to prevent the spread of the virus. It does not discriminate. It will affect anyone that comes in contact with it. Masks help protect those from getting it. It also helps those that unknowingly have it from spreading it. The Delta variant, that is now upwards of 80% of all cases, is the most contagious variant so far. Without masks, entire classrooms may be infected. Schools just opened in parts of the U.S., and we're seeing the result of a lack of masks. The Mississippi School District has quarantined 40% of its student body in the first week. A Florida school district has had 4 teachers die the first week of school. Masks will help prevent this trauma from spreading. Last year, Meadowview, where my kids will be going to school, had 48 positive cases, only 48 positive cases. Y'all did a great job. This was with the mask mandate and some of the student body learning remotely. There are already 3 kids in quarantine before the first day of school at Meadowview. Not a great start. Kids do better when they're structured to their day. Not knowing when they may be forced to stay home or go back to school puts a tremendous amount of stress on them. Parents are also stressed of needing to coordinate work schedules, childcare, and making sure the kids do not fall behind in the classroom. COVID, and especially the Delta variant, is causing too much suffering worldwide. We need to work as a community to help stop the spread. What better place than our schools to show that we are all in this together and to help do our part to help our friends and neighbors. Everyone can help out to protect the vulnerable by wearing a piece of cloth over our faces for a couple hours every day. Kids can still play and laugh and learn while wearing a mask. My kids spend hours training in competitive dance and tumbling. Often they have to be reminded to remove their mask on the drive home. Kids do
30
not mind
seconds.
the mask. It beats an extended stay in the hospital, if you can find a bed. We cannot help what others do in their personal lives outside of school, but we can help prevent the spread, pardon me, in our schools and community. We can help beat the virus. Kids can continue to be kids. There is a great benefit to being in the classroom with their peers. It should be a safe atmosphere for learning. If kids can do a live active shooter drill, they can wear a mask.
3 minutes.
The virus is a more realistic threat. The school district did a great job last year. The
3
Delta
minutes.
is way worse than last year's variant. If a mask is a seatbelt, Delta is a semi running a red light. Thank you for your time.
Bill Mason.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Bill Mason. I live at 1312 Gatch Court, Milford, Ohio. I'm the father of 2 children under 12 that live in the district. I'm a Cub Scout den leader, and for the last 16 years, I've worked with pharmaceutical companies and specialize in infectious disease. In March 2020, the state and the board did the right thing in shutting down the schools. That decision was made to keep our kids safe and keep their parents and grandparents safe. Parents, students, and teachers, we all had to scramble. We had to be flexible, patient, and innovative. This past year, the board and administration listened to the experts and looked ahead. You heard the parents that were concerned about their children's health and responded with Eagle Online. I don't think anyone would say the last year was perfect or even went really well. But, Mr. Chairman, I can't remember a time that everyone in the district, the board, the administration, students, parents, and of course our teachers, actually better lived up to the portrait of an eagle. We were in it together. We demonstrated what it meant to be collaborators, to be flexible, to get out of our comfort zones, to learn effectively, to communicate in new ways, and to show our students how to be resilient, confident learners. I could not be more proud of what we were able to do for our students and our community when we worked together. And I thank you all for leading by example. But while we were all stretching, and some of us almost to the breaking point, scientists, psychologists, and researchers were also hard at work. In just the last year and a half, scientists were able to build on more than 20 years of work to develop 3 incredibly safe and effective vaccines. Unfortunately, our under 12s are not eligible for them. We found out that over 20% of kids who get COVID have what's called long COVID. These are extended COVID symptoms. A Duke University study recently found that face covering, something as simple as 2 or 3 layers of fabric, could reduce the spread of COVID by over 96%. And we found that a safe, supportive, in-person school environment is the best for our students, academically, socially, and mentally. I agree. Across our nation, we see schools opening again.
30 seconds.
Many of our neighboring districts and some of the largest in the country are requiring masks. However, as others have stated, and those that are not, we see a very troubling trend. Schools all over the country in Mississippi, Georgia, Indiana are having to close and send students back to virtual learning because of COVID outbreaks. Mr. Chairman, the best place for our kids is in the classroom. But the only way that we can ensure that they stay in the classroom is to require masks.
3 minutes.
This little piece of cloth can keep our schools open and our students safe. As we strive to live up to the portrait of an eagle, I believe it is our responsibility to be empathetic and to protect the youngest and most vulnerable among us. Thank you all for your time.
Ryan Scott.
First off, board, as everyone else has said here, thank you very much for holding this. My name is Ryan Scott, 1142 Hayward Circle, Milford, Ohio, 45150. I have a sophomore in college, a senior in high school, and 2 entering 1st grade, so I'm pretty invested in this. And as a veteran who has friends all over the world, has been all types of different places, let me tell you right now, there's people all over the world laughing that we're having this conversation. It's ridiculous, and it's an embarrassment, to be honest with you. What's really sad is the kids don't care, especially the young ones. My little ones ask me, Dad, what did you do when you wore a mask last time? Who knew? The older ones, if you gave them a choice, wear a mask, and if you're exposed, you don't have to quarantine, so you won't miss the big game, the big exam, the recruiter in the stands, or don't wear a mask. If you're exposed, you have to quarantine, and just the way life works, you're going to miss that event. They're going to pick the mask every time. 99% of the time, I'll say, because it might have some outside influence at home. But the little ones don't care. What's really sad, and you had a lot of stats here today, and I'm going to give you one more. The Center for Countering Digital Hate, the CCDH, which most of you have probably never heard of, actually found out that 65% of all misinformation regarding COVID comes from 12 individuals online that have 59 million followers. 73% of all anti-vax information online comes from these 12 people, known as the disinformation dozen. Think about that. Now I'm going to ask you to put stats away, because you're going to hear lots of them. And if you're open-minded and look at stats, and you go into it with an idea of, I want to be proven wrong, it'll lead you down a certain path. But if you go out there and search for stats, and your mind is already made up, you can find any stat you want that will back up your opinion if it's already made. So I'm going to ask you this. Your job as educators, for those 6, 7, 8, 9 hours a day that you have our children, is first and foremost to teach them. Part of that is the consistency, and part of that is it's we before I. The second thing is to protect them, sometimes from themselves and sometimes from the people in their own home. If you don't tell people to wear masks, let me back up. Actually, if you make us all wear masks, then
30
you're
seconds.
wrong. You get it wrong. Worst case scenario, we had a few less runny noses and a few extra zits on some teens' faces. But if you take away the mask or you don't tell us to wear them and you're wrong, that child's death is on your hands.
Patricia Colapietro? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Patricia Colapietro, 1247 Rose Tree Drive, Milford, Ohio. I am a physician as well as my husband, and most importantly, I am the mother of 4 children from the Milford School District. One graduated in the class of 2018, 8th grader, and 2 kids at Boyd Elementary. I'm here today accompanied by another physician whose kids in the Milford School District, and with letters from 3 other physicians whose kids are in the Milford District. But we're also supported by over 400 local physicians, practicing colleagues that as of last week signed a letter to the greater Cincinnati area asking for mandatory K-6 mandate. Their copies available. All the board members received some. Upon request, I'll be happy to deliver them to you. To be clear, I am here to ask for mask mandates in our elementary schools. We're not here to question if COVID is real or if there are risks. That's not a question. We're not here to talk politics. That should be talked outside of this room. We are not here to talk about vaccination or vaccination hesitancy. Those are very important discussions that we are available as doctors to address individually in a friendly, personal, or professional level. Reach out to your physicians. We are here to ask that masks from K-6 are mandated in our school district. So when I have to decide if my kids are going to wear masks to school, it's pretty simple. It's a scale. On this side, I'm weighing heavily the risks. Too risky, mask up. Not risky, masks are optional. What weighs in my scale? 4 things. Number 1, COVID, the virus. Number 2, the percentage of kids attending school. Number 3, the vaccination rates in our county. And number 4, the quarantine guidelines. Number 1, 2020, original COVID. So here's our scale, okay? Original COVID. The younger and healthier were not getting sick. Fast forward 2021, Delta variant. Kids are getting sick, kids are hospitalized, kids are dying, and it's much more contagious. Pretty heavy, mask up. Number 2, percentage of kids going to school. Last year, 20% of our Milford families adopted Eagle Online. Thanks to their sacrifices and the excellence of our educators, we were able to be at 80% capacity, which helps social distancing. This year, we're supposed to be at 100% capacity. Again, higher risk, mask up. Number
30
3,
seconds.
vaccination rate. We are 47% vaccinated. Not at herd immunity, doesn't apply to K-6, doesn't tip my scale. Number 4, quarantine guidelines by Milford CDC and Ohio Department of Health. For unvaccinated contacts of COVID positive cases, one of the criteria to avoid quarantining is must be wearing a mask. Risk of not going to school, high, mask up. So now I want my kids and your kids, our families to be healthy and safe at school. Same for our staff and
3
their
minutes.
families. I pledge to send my kids to a school with masks. I pledge you guys to do the same and to make the responsible decision. Thank you very much.
We're at the 30-minute mark.
I'd like to entertain a motion to extend our public participation, our first public participation for 30 minutes.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Yaki?
Yes.
Mrs. Brady?
Yes.
Mrs. Chestnut?
Yes.
Mr. Miranda?
Yes.
Mr. Ham?
Yes, thank you.
Ralph Hyrie?
Hey, I caught on to this late. I just want to ask a question. Is there a pecking order here in terms of people that are speaking? It's fine. I'm just curious. Was it established beforehand?
No.
No, it's first come, hold on, it's first come, first serve. First come, first serve. That's the order in which we bring them up for public comment. That's always been the way we've operated. Okay.
Yeah, I just don't, when was the order established? I'm just asking, because I honestly don't know.
Whenever we received it, it's sort of time-stamped. At that point in time, that becomes the first speaker.
Was it an email thing or?
Some of them came by email, some of them came by tonight in person. Listen, no, hold on a second. Listen, this is a process we've always used. This isn't any different from any other night. Let's stay, listen, I can hear, I'm assuming the frustration is that everybody that's spoken at this point has one opinion on this. I understand that.
But I'm not upset at their opinion or anyone else's. I'm just asking how it was established.
It's always been first come, first serve. If we do get an email prior to a meeting, that goes in the queue. So,
I'm not frustrated. I'm just
yeah.
asking what the question is, because I don't know.
All right. Okay.
I just got the email that we're having a meeting tonight.
Yes.
I didn't see anything about an established process for how you speak. That's all I want.
I hear you. Okay. We're gonna continue our meeting. I know it's a passionate issue. Let's let everybody have their opportunity, their 3 minutes, and we'll get through this.
Okay, reclaiming my time. Basically, all the data that was covered, the recommendations, that all makes sense. I just wanted to share a couple of numbers. The growth rate in cases is, there's a value called R, which is the growth rate. If it's greater than 1, that means the virus is spreading, and Claremont County is at 1.25. So we're not in quite as bad a shape as Brown County, but we're not declining in cases. So another number to throw out is the percentage of positive test results. In the age group 5 to 17, it's gone in 2 weeks from 3% to 13%. So it's clear that there's a problem occurring and it's impacting children. So just to conclude quickly, to give more people time, the virus has one job, and that's to replicate. And if we give it an opportunity, it's going to take advantage of it. The board has one job, and that's to ensure that our students are safe at school. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry, Ralph Heyer, 1288 Colonel Mosby Drive, Milford, Ohio.
Claire Johnson? Claire Johnson? Willow Watkins?
Is this still on, or do I need to turn it on? Oh, it's still on. Okay, sorry. I didn't receive the email telling me that I was going to be speaking, so I didn't expect this. Sorry. I have it prepared on my phone because I forgot to print it. I apologize. So.
Your name, please?
Oh, yes, sorry, thank you. My name is Willow Watkins. I live at 5711 Tall Oaks Drive, Milford, Ohio. I am the older sibling to a first grader who will be attending Meadowview Elementary coming this Wednesday. And I have some concerns about the current, well, evidently by the thing on my face, I have some concerns about the current policies regarding mask wearing. It seems as though, I lost my place on my document, excuse me. It seems as though masks should absolutely be mandated for the health and safety of the students, as has been established with the plurality of evidence presented so far this evening. And the fact that it's even a debate is symptomatic of the way that certain figures in the public eye have politicized the pandemic for their own egos or other benefits in spite of any advice or evidence given by public health officials. Other surrounding counties and cities, such as Madeira and Indian Hill, which I haven't heard specifically called out this evening, which is why I feel the need to say so, have begun to require masks for school children. And Governor Andy Beshear of Kentucky has actually issued a statewide school mandate in his acknowledgement that the Delta variant is especially infectious to children. This is all without even mentioning those among us, child or adult, with weakened immune systems, or otherwise compromised health that are put at an even greater risk of prolonged injury or death as a result of potentially contracting COVID-19. One parent of a high-risk child in Loveland wrote in an anonymous letter to the Loveland Times, not Loveland Times, excuse me, Loveland Magazine, it's simply called, most of you don't know what it's like to have a medically fragile child. Most of you never will, and thank God for that. You can't possibly realize what you're asking. You think you're asking for choice, you think you have this right, but what you don't realize, what you can't possibly realize, is that you're asking me to risk my child's life. You're asking me not to put up a fight. Please stop demanding we risk our children's lives. Our ask is simple, and your ask is inconceivable. If this meeting is concluded without a mask mandate for unvaccinated children in our schools, we will have either rejected the evidence of our eyes and ears or willfully ignored it, in both cases trading lives for political expediency. I don't want for anybody to be harmed as a result of this policy one way or another, but I think it's absolutely conclusive that more harm will come of not mandating masks than doing so.
30 seconds.
I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Brandon Smith.
Thank you for allowing me to speak here tonight. Thank you to everyone for being here. I love America because there's public discourse, and so far honestly, there hasn't been a lot of discourse. It's been kind of just one side presented. So before I speak, I'm speaking on behalf of, by the way, I live at 1708 Old Farm Drive. I forgot to say that. I'm speaking on behalf of Claire and Kevin Johnson, who have 3 different parents, or children in this district, but they're out of town right now. And so I'm going to go ahead and read a statement that she wrote. She said, "This district did an amazing job last year allowing the choice between virtual and in-person learning. We were so proud to be in a district that prioritized students' learning and parents' choices. Milford flexed and stood its ground. Other schools did not. We understand that the decision you have before you is wrought with tension, as you can tell. We understand you are in a tough position. We hope that you will take the position that sides with the student's best possible ability to learn. We believe that is giving families the option to go without masks. There are no studies that prove masks work in school settings. In fact, a study done last year showed masked schools in Florida showed no difference in case rates than those without. A Brown University study also found no statistical significance using adjusted community transmission. However, we can clearly see that masks do have a negative impact on some students. Last year, our 3rd grader came home from school every single day with a headache. Our kindergartner struggled to pick up phonics and reading because she could not decipher her teacher's words and sounds clearly. In March, Ireland's Department of Health announced that it wouldn't require masks in schools because, quote, they may exacerbate anxiety or breathing difficulties for some students. Last year, we were told by many that school is not childcare. We wholeheartedly agree. It's a place for academic growth and learning. Therefore, we plead with the board to choose what leads to our children having the best possible success in academics specifically. As are many parents, we are frustrated, and I think she makes a great point here, that this is coming 2 days before the school year. And I'm going to go ahead and speed up because she writes a few more things here. But she says, had we known a little earlier, we might have explored other options. And there are many other options for parents to look into, but maybe not 2 days before the school year.
30 seconds.
It seems like a sudden decision. They're obviously disappointed. I think it would benefit everyone if we actually, at some point tonight, were to go straight person to person to share, do you actually believe that masks help or hinder the learning of children? Rather than hear from the board, it would be helpful to hear from elected individuals. Thank you.
Stacy Yateman.
Hello, my name's Stacy Yateman. I live at 1039 West Chester Way in Milford, Ohio, 45244. I'm a resident of Milford and a mother of rising 4th, 6th, and 8th graders. I'm also a family medicine physician who works both in the office and hospital caring for adults and children, including way too many COVID patients. I always say that my most important job is being a mother to my 3 sons, but tonight I'm putting on my doctor hat to plead to you all the importance of universal masking within the Milford schools. I think it's very important to first point out that we truly all have a common goal, every one of us in this room, whether you're pro-mask, anti-mask, pro-vaccine, anti-vaccine, or somewhere in the middle. I think it's safe to say that we can all agree that we want our children in school, healthy, and learning. I do feel this will be a very, very difficult goal to accomplish without requiring all of our students and staff to wear masks. Unfortunately, we are not out of the weeds of this pandemic. We are still setting records. Last week, more than 1,900 children were hospitalized across the United States with COVID, more than any other week during the pandemic so far. This data unfortunately translates to our own community. I reviewed the statistics last week, and Claremont County is in the top third of Ohio counties for cases per 100,000. Physicians and scientists feel that this is because the Delta variant is not only more transmissible than the original virus, but evidence shows that it affects children more significantly than previous strains. Most of our kids are more vulnerable because they are not yet old enough to receive a vaccine. As clearly stated on the return to school plan that Milford will follow, the only way to stay in school is to be masked, be vaccinated, or have no symptoms. Undoubtedly, COVID will be within our schools. I've already heard at open house tonight that kids are already under quarantine before the school year has even started. Unfortunately, roughly half of our students are too young to be vaccinated, and many who are eligible are not. It then seems that the only way to effectively keep our children in school and learning is to wear those masks. The wonderful part is that masking wearing is actually pretty easy and very effective. Wearing a mask will protect your child. The virus replicates in our nose and passageways and comes back out with sneezing and coughing, and if you have that layer above your face, the virus cannot be transmitted as easily. I was absolutely amazed last year how well the mask worked. It was my first year in 19 years of a career that I did not see one single case of flu. The common cold was shut down for months. Our schools were allowed to stay open the entire year due to diligent mask wearing. Let's keep our kids in school by wearing masks, not only to prevent COVID, but every other respiratory virus that's floating around this winter. Masks work to protect your child from becoming ill. It's not much different than having them wear a seatbelt to protect them in the car. The bottom line is that masking will allow our kids to stay in school and teachers to keep working to educate our children. I have the last paragraph about all of the same agencies everyone's mentioned tonight and how strongly, strongly all of these thousands of doctors and scientists across our United States are feeling about mandatory masking. Please, I'm begging you to go with them and do the right thing to keep masks on our kids.
3 minutes. Betsy Drake. Oh. Oh. She's got a statement. She's reading.
So, I have to look at her address really quick. This is a letter from Betsy Drake, 1120 Westchester Way, Milford, Ohio, 45244. Dear members of the Milford School Board, as both a practicing physician and a parent of children that currently attend a Milford school, I'm writing to urge you to require masks in our district. As you may know, children under age 12 cannot currently get vaccinated for COVID. Having large cohorts of unmasked, unvaccinated children inside schools would be a large risk of transmitting the virus to others, including students, teachers, staff, families in the community. We're already seeing another surge in COVID taking place now, with cases rising at a faster rate than ever before, particularly in communities on the east side of Cincinnati. Understanding that the Delta variant of COVID is much more contagious and virulent than the original strain, will likely spread quickly through the schools if masks are not required. This spread would further put those vulnerable to this infection, including the unvaccinated and immunocompromised, at risk of serious illness or even death. Studies have shown masks help to mitigate the spread of COVID. In particular, masks help to reduce transmission of the virus to other people. Many of us were fortunate enough to experience that firsthand last year as our children attended in-person learning at school in their masks. As reported out frequently throughout the year, infections primarily came not from within schools, but from exposures outside of school. Many of our children never became ill because of the measures taken to prevent the spread of COVID. As there is no vaccine available for children under age 12, masking is one of the very few measures that can be taken to help keep them and everyone they come in contact with safe and healthy. This would not only save lives in a community, but it would also help to avoid large numbers of quarantines among students and staff. I believe everyone's goal is to keep their students in school, and to do so, we must effectively take this measure. I often see the tremendous and often devastating toll COVID can take on individuals and families each day. It is truly heartbreaking to witness what this virus can do, to watch it cause severe or prolonged illness in so many, to watch die, to hear stories of worry and grief about loved ones, ill or lost. This is not about politics or personal freedoms, but rather a plea to follow the guidance that science has granted us. Sincerely, Betsy A. Drake, MD. Thank you.
Catherine Brady. Thank you, Catherine.
All right. This letter is in behalf of, do you need to address this, or can I move on with the letter?
It's safe to say that the people in this room that have masks on are all on the same side of the table.
I'm going to call this meeting. No, I'm sorry, you can't just speak out from the audience. I apologize. But there is an order to this meeting. We will have order in this meeting. If you'll have an opportunity to speak at the podium. You'll have an opportunity, if you signed up, to have your 3 minutes like everybody else. You're not, listen, sir, you're not special. Everybody will have their opportunity to speak. Go ahead.
This letter is from Kate Brady, address 644 Paulo Woods Drive, Milford, 45244. Good evening, board members. Thank you for holding this special meeting to discuss masking in the elementary buildings. We are unable to attend due to schedule conflict, but appreciate your attention to this matter. As 2 pediatricians whose 2 elementary-age children attend Milford schools, this issue is very important to us. Having enrolled our kids in Eagle Online for 2020-2021 school year, we are very much looking forward to having them back in the classroom this school year. Mrs. Aspe and the Eagle Online team did a wonderful job last year, but there's just no replacement for in-classroom learning. The CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics recommend universal masking in schools to stop the spread of COVID-19. This will help to minimize student infections and will be our best chance at keeping kids in the classroom and out of quarantine this year. As we head into the school year, we encourage the board to require masking, especially at the elementary level. Thank you for your consideration. Signed, K3 Brady, MD, and Patrick Brady, MD. Thank you.
Amber Arman. Amber Arman. Aaron Fletcher Bullock. Kevin Stillwell. Gary Miller.
Hello. my name is Gary Miller. I'm at 5182 Miami Hills Drive, and I have two children at Patterson Elementary. I'm here to support of dropping all mask guidelines and making them completely optional without any recourse. It is unreasonable to enforce 2-week quarantine requirements for anyone unmasked that was only in the vicinity of a COVID-positive student. The same contact tracing is not done for incidental exposure to a positive case at a restaurant or other public setting, so why should it be done in our children's schools? It's essentially a mask by default requirement that doesn't sit well with me, nor many others in this community. What do I mean by mask by default? Well, if a child is masked, if the child complies with the strongly suggested mask guidelines, then there's no penalty for having another child being sick in the classroom. But if a child does not wear a mask, then there's an automatic quarantine penalty that isolates them even if the child does not get sick. It's like you're guilty until proven innocent. Clearly not how we should treat our children. But that's not the way the world should work, especially when there's little chance of community spread because of the high vax rates among adults and the elderly. My wife and I were vaxxed in April, and all of us have now made a personal choice. It's on us. And there are extremely low incidents of serious effects on children. Only children with critical pre-existing conditions face danger. That is not enough reason to mask by default all children. Masks are optional. You can wear a mask for 5 more years. That's completely optional, and I think many will. It shouldn't be mandatory. This chance of automatic quarantine for not wearing a mask is such an impactful threat through isolation from school, extracurriculars, and athletics that it imposes discrimination based upon one's freedom of choice. The effectiveness of masks in school settings is not clinically proven. And we have to question how many of our elementary kids are really wearing masks properly in the first place. Plus, they'll be sitting at lunch together without masks, at recess without masks, at football and soccer practice without masks. And all of this waters down the argument of masking at all. Fauci and the CDC have often gotten it wrong during the course of the pandemic, too often driven by the politics of control. So why should we adhere to the national mandates when we have more visibility and responsiveness locally? We should never dream of mandatory masks because of the flu. We would never do that. But it has killed and will kill way more children than COVID. This year, next
30
year,
seconds.
ongoing. Our kids were incredibly stoic last year, wearing masks all day, every day, without much complaint. But we know it's a hardship that most adults hope to avoid themselves. And even more, it detracts from the norms of our children being kids. Let them smile together again and be free of the government fear-mongering. Bottom line, masks should be completely optional with no repercussions for either wearing or not wearing a mask.
3 minutes.
Mr. Rabe.
Amber Armin? Okay.
These folks are coming in from the other room, from the overflow.
Amber Armin, 5487 Bunker Hill Drive, Milford, Ohio. Under U.S. law, every child has the right to attend public school, and school officials are responsible for providing a safe learning environment for each child. It is evident when reviewing the quarantine guidelines that the Board of Education, as well as the medical professionals who provided the input to implement the safety plan, believe that masks do work, and they are effective in limiting the spread of COVID-19. I realize they are not perfect. I know they can be a distraction in learning. However, they are the only defense that we have in protecting our children against COVID-19. I request the board adopt a mask mandate for students and unvaccinated staff at the elementary schools. By doing so, we keep more children in school, not needing to quarantine. Many parents in the district rely on school so that they can work and contribute to our economy. By having every person in a mask, we will keep more students in school, allowing their parents to work, not needing to quarantine to be home with their children. A quarantine due to close contact can only be avoided if the student who tests positive is masked. A masking policy allows children to be at school instead of doing packets at home and missing valuable in-classroom learning. The district puts out communication assuring families that they are following CDC and AAP guidelines. However, we are not by not implementing a masking mandate. Please allow families to continue to work. Please allow students to continue to learn, eliminating all unnecessary quarantines by adopting a mask mandate at least until the younger children can be vaccinated. Thank you.
Go ahead. Okay. Aaron Fletcher Bullock.
Sorry, I'm really short, so I'm going to have to bring that way down. There we go. First, I just want to thank you for allowing us all to have the opportunity to give our 2 cents. I know it's a very passionate topic. I understand we're all tired of masks and distancing and are just wanting things to go back to normal. Unfortunately, the virus is not over, and now the dominant Delta variant has complicated things. All the graphs are unfortunately trending at an alarming rate. The number of cases from a month ago has gone up 1,000%. The number of hospitalizations has tripled, and the number of COVID patients in the ICU has tripled, and that is all based off the Claremont County's website. Another alarming trend is in children. The number of children under 17 hospitalized with COVID has gone up 300% since last month. That's from Ohio. That's the Ohio Hospital Association's website. These are just numbers and data points until it hits one of your loved ones or friends, like it has in our family. Last year, with the direction from you, the school board, our schools worked hard to have a successful school year, and we were able to keep our kids safe and in school by following the guidance from the experts. That guidance hasn't changed. The Ohio Department of Health strongly recommends the use of face masks in K through 12 settings, particularly those that are not fully vaccinated, which is all of our elementary students. The CDC is recommending universal masking for all students. The American Pediatric Association is also recommending universal masking. I believe that in-person learning is important and is what is best for our kids. Everything possible must be done to keep our kids in school and safe. This includes masking. The last thing we want as a parent is to have our children's education interrupted from being repeatedly quarantined to worse, even being sick or hospitalized. I am humble enough to understand that I don't have all the answers, which is why I rely on the guidance from experts in the field. All of the current recommendations are unanimous that unvaccinated individuals need to be masked indoors. This includes all children under the age of 12. As a parent, we entrust you with the safety of our children. Please do the right thing and protect those that do not yet have the option to protect themselves. Thank you. And sorry, Aaron Bullock, 1641 Bold Greenback.
Kevin Stillwell.
Hi, Kevin Stillwell, 5667 Crooked Tree Lane. I just want to start off by saying it's amazing to me to think that we have 100 years of medical development, and it's just now in 2020 that we learned that cloth masks work. I strongly find that hard to believe. There's still no study out there proving that masking kids in schools provide any benefit. We have known data sets in other countries across the world that show that they were able to not mask kids for an entire year, and there was no outbreak, there was no super spreader event in their schools. And to my understanding, there still hasn't been pediatric deaths that have been tied back specifically to a school exposure. I've heard it mentioned several times here that the AAP and the CDC specifically recommend wearing masks. Those are simply recommendations based on what I've been able to read. When I've looked at those, there's no study or data to back up what they state in those reports. However, when we look at the National Institute of Health and the WHO, they both come out and stated that cloth masks provide zero benefit, and I'd be willing to bet that probably over 90% of our students in this school district wore cloth masks last year. There are several other countries that have dealt with Delta being their dominant strain, but none have had an issue with it being more dangerous to kids than any other age group. So why would we expect anything different here? Again, we have proven data sets that point and show that kids are safe. There are several worldwide studies and data sets that point to show that we're causing psychological harm to our kids. Well, there's still not one that shows that masking kids in schools provides any benefit. There was data posted just today that showed that there were masks required at certain schools and there were masks optional at certain schools, and where the masks were required, they had higher infection rates than the optional mask schools for both kids and schools, or for both the kids and the staff. That's because we're adding a false sense of protection that means that kids are being sent to school while they're sick. Parents think they can just send their kid to school whenever because they have a mask that has this false sense of protection for them. We're teaching kids that the air is toxic that they breathe. I've been watching people around here that have had masks on and they've been sitting here fidgeting with them. The CDC specifically says that you must wash your hands every time you touch a mask. I know my kids are constantly touching their face all the time, and I'm expected to believe that my kids are not having a dirty, sweat-soaked mask every day that's just a breeding ground for infections. I mean, they're filthy. My child was chewing through his mask. Like, that's just absolutely disgusting to think about. Lastly, I just want to say that I understand that some people are fine with their kids wearing masks. That's completely fine. If you think that your kid needs to wear a mask, send them to school with a mask on. But there are also kids that really struggle with having masks on.
30
I have
seconds.
a son that has autism, and I had to sit there every day and deal with his lack of ability to understand nonverbal forms of communication. We've seen rises in anxiety, depression, and I struggle to understand what I'm supposed to do as a parent for that. He's not able to read those facial expressions, and we're doing kids like him a disservice by masking him up for another school and further delaying their development during these crucial years of their lives. Thank you.
Gavin Sheehan?
Gavin Sheehan, 5483 South Garrett Drive. I'm here today to talk about why masks should be mandated. We are a community and we should all be doing our part to stop the spread of COVID. Masks are effective. It's science. There have been many studies that show masks stop the spread. I was homeschooled last year because of COVID. As much as I love learning from my parents, I want to get back to the classroom where I can learn and play with my friends. I will be wearing my mask, and I will feel safer if everyone would wear a mask too. I want everyone in the school to stay safe, and masks would help. Wearing a mask does not bother me. I wear a mask for my competitive dance classes and tumbling classes. I get a little sweaty, but most of the time, I forget I'm wearing it. If I can do an hour of practicing roundup back handsprings with a mask on, then we can get through school day wearing a mask. Thank you for your time.
Rebecca Bourne?
I'm Rebecca Bourne. I live at 1106 Fox Run Road in Milford. Thank you for all that you do for our schools. You are charged with a heavy responsibility to ensure a solid education. You have not been charged to assign medical interventions. You took an oath of office to uphold the Ohio and the U.S. Constitution. If you mandate masks, you will violate our unalienable rights and the Fourth Amendment. And if you do so, I will serve you an affidavit and begin the process to have you removed from your office for disobeying your oath. The truth is, COVID is a limited risk to our kids. 4.2 million tested positive, with 0.008% having died. Yes, even one child's death is too many. However, we don't penalize and cripple a culture and our children because of what-ifs. The CDC reports 480 children died of the flu in the 2018 season. That's more than the number who have died from COVID in a year and a half. We didn't require masks then. As a mental health professional, I witnessed the impact of forcing masks on children. It's simply child abuse. Forcing our children to mask in fear of a virus that actually has little consequences is similar to Munchausen by proxy. Forced masking fills them with the fear of the air, the fear of other people, the fear of their bodies, and it teaches they have absolutely no power over themselves. They can't hear enunciations, they feel confused and isolated, and then they work hard to appease the fear they see in their parents, and they stuff it all. Anxiety and depression is rampant. Physically, they experience headaches, dizziness, trouble concentrating, depression, and acne from wearing a mask. A mask mandate is a cowardly action. It makes you feel better, and it protects yourself politically. An Ashland, Ohio county judge ruled that the director of the Ohio Department of Health has no authority to issue or enforce mandatory mask orders. Even Dr. Fauci documented in emails that masks don't work. I quote, on February 5th, 2020, he said to Silvio Burwell, "Masks are really for infected people to prevent them from spreading infection to people who are not infected, rather than protecting uninfected people from acquiring infection." He says the typical mask you buy in the drugstore is not really effective in keeping out virus, which is small enough to pass through the material, end
30
quote.
seconds.
You have the authority to correct this debacle. You do not have to follow CDC, State Board of Health, or State Board of Education. None of them have any legislative authority to impose any law. Do the right thing and do not mandate masks. Oh yeah, and our experts, they said, it doesn't spread from person to person, then they said it does. They said you don't have to wear a mask, and 14 days later, to flatten the curve, then they say you do need to wear a mask.
3 minutes.
Then they said it's only carried in droplets, then they said it's airborne. Then they said Walmart and Home Depot are okay, but churches not. Then they said it won't spread during protests. Oh, but it'll spread during rallies. Then they said if you're vaccinated, you don't have to wear a mask. Then they said if you're vaccinated, you won't spread COVID. Then they said vaccinated people can catch, but we're not counting those.
3 minutes.
And then they said you have to wear a mask again
I'm sorry,
because
you've
you
reached-
can spread it.
Excuse me, you've
What
reached
they
your-
are going to say
excuse
tomorrow,
me, you've reached your
let's
3
draw
minutes.
the line.
Matt Maston?
All right, Matt Maston, 6040 Delfair Lane. I do believe that masks should be optional and should be up to parents and children's joint decision and not to the folks that do not know my child. We just came from an open house. We were at a previous open house, a bowling event where it was a breath of fresh air to see teachers and staff unmasked and welcomingly greeting my daughter and us. And tonight, maybe 5% of kids, parents, and staff had masks on. We are ready to send our daughter off for a successful school year. And I feel like we do that by allowing her to breathe easily and communicate freely and remove any stress we can, such as the burden of wearing a mask all day. As you can tell from people speaking tonight, it is hard to hear and hard to communicate with a mask on. The worry of the pandemic and the constant thoughts that a mask will remind them should not be their focus. Those on the other side of the issue who disagree with my opinion, the faint-hearted, if you will, who are readily willing to follow what others are doing and not thinking for themselves. Those who, despite no mandate from the governor, that's a fact, and no supporting data wish to muzzle my kid, have had plenty of time to find other options for their children. We, however, with 1 day between this meeting and school, are not being provided that privilege, that luxury. Unless you are positioned to also tonight to bring back Eagle Online as a result of the last-minute request by a board member. I had spoken with Mr. Spicer, who had stated that he had been in contact with the Claremont County Public Health Commissioner, who had shared that there had been no outbreaks among summer camps and daycares. My daughter has gone to summer camp, church camp, Sunday school, all unmasked, and has not gotten sick. The time my child did get sick was from heat exhaustion, when she was forced to wear a mask without our knowledge for 2.5 hours, far less than the length of a school day. See, my child simply cannot wear a mask that long, and certainly cannot wear it to participate in PE. And as said earlier, it doesn't make sense for her to be masked all day and then sit next to other kids and eat lunch unmasked. You have left us with no option or time to make other plans here at the last minute. Again, we are not provided that luxury of time those on the other side have had, but are being presented with a last-minute bait and switch instead. To be honest, I am more worried about my child coming home with ideas planted in her head that go against our beliefs. I'm more worried my child will come home with thoughts of depression or stories of being bullied or feeling that she isn't good enough than I am her bringing home COVID.
30
I want her
seconds.
to go to school and be completely able, without distraction, to focus on school and being a kid. In closing, I encourage the rest of the board to stay the course with optional masks, despite the calling of a certain board member to bring us here tonight, as again, they knew the plans and had adequate time between July 15th and now to find alternatives for their child, where we have not, with this meeting giving us, again, just one day before school. And others, you know, that were not here today, I
3
made it a
minutes.
point to be here because it is that important.
Okay, we've reached our additional 30 minutes, so I'd ask our board to entertain a motion for an additional 30 minutes for our public speaking, our initial public speaking.
So moved. Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion?
How many more do you have on there?
We will. We will.
You can all stretch if you'd like.
28.
28 more.
28.
What was the number?
28.
28.
Oh, well, we're almost halfway.
We'll continue doing 30-minute increments, okay?
Yeah, I think so too.
All right. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Mr. Yaki?
Yes.
Mrs. Brady?
Yes.
Mrs. Chestnut?
Yes.
Mr. Miranda?
Yes.
Mr. Ham?
Yes, thank you.
Michael Concofton?
Thanks for extending the time. Michael Connaughton, 5705 Sovereign Drive in Sharonville. And I've heard a couple people tonight say that this is not a political issue. That's laughable. This is absolutely a political issue.
We can't hear you. There's a lot of talking.
Okay. I like seeing people's faces. I especially like seeing children's faces. I think it's cruel to make a child wear a mask. I think parents should have the right to have their child wear a mask in school if they want, but they have no right to keep another parent from not having their child wear a mask. That's ridiculous. And that's freedom. I had a child. He would be 29 at the end of this month. He passed away at Children's Hospital in 1997. And one of his big wishes was to get to go to school. I can just imagine what his experience would have been like if his school district would have mandated that K through 6 children wore masks. That would have tainted the whole thing for him. And I've been sitting here listening to other parents tonight, and that thought came to me. Do not mandate these masks. Let the parents wear them. I'd like to see their faces too. But to force a child to have to wear a mask all day long in school, that is cruel. And that's all I've got to say.
Brad Spears?
Hello, Brad Spears, 6161 Century Farm Drive. I graduated from Milford, 1995. My wife is a Milford graduate also. We moved around for a while across the country, and then we had 3 kids. And we decided that there's no better place in the world to raise kids than Milford. You know, both of us having gone through the system, we know about the commitment to the kids' well-being and the development of the whole child. We have 3 kids in the Milford School District. Our oldest one is in 8th grade, and we have a 2nd grader and a 6th grader. Our experience in Milford has been second to none. Amazing. And that whole child development from every single teacher that they've had has been evident. Last year, we noticed some changes. We noticed they'd come home with fear, anxiety, and my youngest child is, he was in 1st grade last year, is struggling with some speech issues. No coincidence that you know, they were wearing masks all year. So, heard a lot of people talk tonight, both sides. It's awesome. This is great. I've heard some people ask, what are we teaching our kids? Had some people come up here and say, it's important to teach our kids to listen to authority and to behave. What I want my kids to learn is that they have a freedom to choose and how they interact with others, and being able to read emotions and situations throughout the school day is very important to how they're going to interact with the world when they get older. If they don't comply with authority, there are consequences, and they need to learn that for sure. But that's not why they go to school. We've heard a lot about the experts tonight. CDC, AAC, NIH, all the different experts that everybody quotes, but guess what? As I look around the room, every single person here is an expert. Who is more of an expert on your kid's health than you? That includes mental health.
30 seconds.
These masks are considered medical devices. People that have compromised immune systems should be able to wear them. We should not all be made to wear them. There's a 100% chance of fear, anxiety, and mental health issues developing due to a lack of human interaction versus a fraction, a statistically insignificant portion that'll be hospitalized for a virus that a healthy immune system is designed to fight off.
3 minutes.
Who has the best interests of the Milford community in mind? The CDC? The politicians, the pharmaceutical companies? No, the board does. You do. You have the power to do what's best for the children of Milford. Unless an option is offered or you're willing to be held liable for the negative impact on my children, you must give us the choice for our own kids. Thanks.
Lance Kincaid. Lance Kincaid. Okay. Michael Schaaf.
What kind of guy wears a shirt with popsicles on it? He wears it because his granddaughter, who he has custody of, is a student in his school system, and she picked it out for me. And when I told her that it looks like they're going to want you to wear a mask, she started crying today. Now, I've heard a lot of blathering about experts. Who's experts? Carrie Mullis, the PhD biochemist that invented the PCR test, said it is not a diagnostic tool for disease. He also said, and I quote, "Fauci is an idiot." And I will tell that to his face. You can go on YouTube and find the videos. maybe Rumble since YouTube is censoring things. 80% of communication, I understand, is nonverbal. I hate texting because you don't know what anybody's thinking. How does a kid doing this with a teacher doing that, how do they deal with that 80% of nonverbal communication? You frown at a baby, it starts crying. You smile at a baby, it smiles. This is human communication. This isn't. So there's been a lot of emotion, not a lot of logic. A micron is what? A millionth of a meter. This virus is about 13 nanometers. How does that rag stop that? It doesn't. I'm 69 years old. My children are older than most of the people in this school, in this room right now. Yet I'm raising a 10-year-old. I've learned something. I've heard of swine flu, Ebola, bird flu. Every couple of years there's another disaster that's going to end the world and we're all going to die. So if you want to wear a mask, go ahead. I'm not trying to stop you. But don't say that my child has to wear a mask because you're afraid. And don't cite me CDC because they change their mind every other day. So all I've heard is a torrent of logic as to why this should be going on. But Governor DeWine no longer has the power to issue edicts. Why is that? Because the citizens of the state of Ohio said they've had enough.
30 seconds.
And they told their representative to put a stop to it. And they did. They took the power away from him. So up until a couple days ago, school's going to be open. No mask. That's a good place to stay. You want to wear a mask, wear a mask. Surgical mask, my kid's not in surgery. I wore 95 masks much of my life as a construction worker. Are these masks going to be fit tested? No.
3 minutes.
So what's the point? Thank you.
I just want to remind everyone that when you're speaking at the podium, you're speaking to the entirety of the board. Please refrain from speaking individually to anyone in the audience or on the board. Thank you.
Bill Thomas.
Bill Thomas, 838 Dorjean Lane. So we've heard a lot of testimony tonight from a lot of people. I am here to tell you that the process is broken. We have put people in, they've put their forms in. My form was put in way before. I will address that at another time. But what Rebecca said is important, that you guys need to take to heart. There is an affidavit process. We will do it, the General Assembly in Claremont County. We're not going to stand for you guys to come in and put mandates on our kids. It's not going to happen. You may get to do it, but we will fight it. It's unfortunately become a politicized issue. You have people standing up here using the CDC as a crutch. And what's most disappointing is parents that come up here crying about the risk when we have a young lady that attended Boyd that listened to the CDC, whose parents listened to the CDC, who is paralyzed, that is getting health care from a board member's place of work, and this board member is coming and saying, oh, CDC says this, so we're going to do that. That's a shame. If anything should make you question what data you're getting, it should be the fact that a young lady is paralyzed right now in this district. And if your mind goes to, well, that's made up, it could have been anything, sorry, watch the mom's video, because that mom was pro-science. That mom was pro-CDC. That mom is not pro-CDC and science any longer. Especially the Boyd moms here, they should be ashamed of themselves. I'm blown away. The risk of masks, I get people are scared. Put a mask on your kid, fine. Go ahead, but don't tell us what we need to do with our children. The board should not take authority on this. I don't even know why there was a special meeting called. tonight for this. It shouldn't have happened, but it has been politicized because certain board members lean a certain way versus other board members. That's a politicized view. This has become political, and it shouldn't. Our schools have become political, and they shouldn't be. I don't know what else to say. I'm not going to sit here and reiterate. I'm going to close the door so people can speak. Thank you.
Joy King.
Good evening. My name is Joy King. I live at 1451 Norway Knoll Court. I'm a mom, a registered nurse, and a resident of Milford, Miami Township. We are doing a major disservice to our children, continuing to mandate masks in the classroom. We are stunning their development. Some will rise above the impact of our decision, and some will not. It would be nice to live in a world where our politics don't spill into everything we do, but unfortunately, that is not the world that we have created. I implore you to rise above your politics and think first of the kids and their development. Language development. One of the fundamentals of language development is watching and mimicking the pronunciation of adults. How will our early education children learn to speak well if they can't see their educators' mouths? Emotional development. Children use something called social referencing to learn social norms and how to regulate their own behavior. They watch the faces of the adults and they gauge our reactions. If you have children, you know what this is. Like your toddler falls and they look at you before they decide whether or not to cry. How do they fully develop these skills when they can't see their educators' faces? Social development. When they can't hear and see the expressions of their peers, how will they react? Physically, inwardly? And will my preschooler be able to pick out his teacher in a crowd? I don't know. Will he ever really see her face? Habit formation. Children are always receiving messages, even subconsciously. These messages shape them, influence their behaviors, etc. Multiple views on masking, being thrown at them from all over the place is confusing, and that's why it should come from their parents. I urge you to research the effectiveness of masks against COVID. 4.2 million American children have tested positive for COVID since the pandemic began. Less than 360 have died. I am not undermining their lives at all. I am a mother. I would not do that. But if you're looking at this from a scientific statistical perspective, that's 0.008%. Given my profession, I receive weekly COVID updates from local hospitals. Since COVID first hit the greater Cincinnati area, there have been 0 pediatric deaths at Cincinnati Children's Hospital due to COVID. Last Wednesday, there were only 194 adults admitted at TriHealth, Mercy, Christ, and UC hospitals combined. 194. This area has around 3 million people.
30
We are
seconds.
being misinformed. Please do not make your decision without looking at the facts, not the narrative of the CDC or the White House or anywhere else, the facts. Like I'm talking double-blinded studies, studies with control groups, true science. Professor Sir Andrew John Pollard, the director of the Oxford Vaccine Group, said the concept of herd immunity with COVID-19, quote, is not possible. This is in part due to the fact that vaccines for viruses with animal vectors don't work. They don't. Think smallpox, no animal vector, herd immunity, eradication. Think the common cold, think HIV. They had animal vectors. There's no herd immunity with that. You get my point. COVID-19 has animal vectors. We will not end this pandemic with vaccines or masks. We will end it with our immune systems.
You reached 3 minutes.
This much done. I'm almost done. Infectious Disease Now by the Pediatric Infectious Disease Group has published a position paper coining the term immunity debt. We are leaving our children in an extremely vulnerable place, keeping them masked, socially distanced, and slathered in hand sanitizer. They will pay the price with subpar immune systems. Our immune systems are not a myth. They have kept Homo sapiens on the planet for 2 million years. I implore you to make masks optional. If a parent feels more comfortable masking, then their kid can wear one. I feel that the detriment to my child outweighs the benefit and that they should not have to wear a mask. There are nurses and other healthcare workers who are fighting for medical autonomy right now. If I'm willing to fight for my job, you can damn sure be confident I will fight for my children. Thank you.
Just a reminder that we still have a lot of speakers, so if you can keep it under the 3 minutes, would appreciate it.
Mindy Pattison?
My name is Mindy Pattison, 5505 Enterprise Drive in Milford. I'm here to talk about the mental health of my 9-year-old. Jacob attends Seippelt Elementary and will begin 4th grade on Wednesday. He's very excited to get back to school and see his friends. I'm writing to express my concerns and thoughts regarding my son and wearing a mask. First of all, I believe COVID is real. Secondly, my household all had COVID in early January 2021. My son got it at school wearing a mask. Thankfully, we all had mild symptoms. Thirdly, my son's mental health was negatively affected when he was able to return to school. He was still required to wear a mask for the rest of the year, even though he tested negative and had antibodies to protect himself from getting it again. Jacob struggled with understanding why he still had to wear a mask, and it was a daily fight to get him to school. Jacob's mental health was negatively impacted so severely that he missed several days of school due to anxiety that would cause him to vomit. He was getting several think sheets from his teachers for behavior issues because he said it was too hard to breathe, he'd become anxious, and he would remove his mask. His anxiety caused him to act out inappropriately. His teachers were very understanding and helpful, but he still lost recess time, received think sheets, and his desk moved to an isolated area away from others. These consequences only escalated his anxiety and added to behavior problems. The mask was the root of all of it. I realize you are in a very delicate situation. I respect your decision either way you go, but I implore you to not mandate masks. This decision should be made by the parents. If a parent chooses their child should wear a mask, wear a mask. If your parent decides to not wear a mask, they should not have to wear a mask. My son's mental health is my top priority. Read the data and make your decision based on Milford schools, not on what other school districts are doing along with the CDC. Thank you for taking the time to read this. I pray you keep mental health in the back of your mind when making this decision.
Russ Dancel?
Russ Danzel, 1438 Nauticus Cove, Loveland, Ohio, 45140. Scaring children to believe the air we breathe is poison, destroying interaction with teachers and friends, teaching that others are infected, the smiles that will never be seen, the laughs that will only be heard, are all things that will cause catastrophic long-term effects. Masks are a psychological child abuse. Furthermore, masks are a breeding ground for such things as bacteria, mold, fungi, E. coli, and having caused decreased immunity among our children. If the mask provided the protection everyone now claims, there would be no limit on how many of us could visit a dying relative in a hospital. And if masks work, those same hospitals would not be trying to mandate a harmful, unapproved vaccine. Recently, the decision has been made by the CDC to stop utilizing the PCR test, with the cycle threshold still set at an astronomically high number, of course you will see many positives and false positives at that. If a child is sick, it does not mean they have COVID. It could mean they have RSV, a common cold, or even the seasonal flu. What happened to the flu, by the way? With just a little bit of time, anyone can research this. Reiterating what the young lady said with the great speech right there. The flu is obviously more dangerous to children than COVID is. Over 4.3 million children have been infected from COVID with a 0.008% fatality rate. That is roughly 344 children. In any given bad flu season, deaths can reach that total with ease, and no hysteria, none whatsoever, about the seasonal flu. The states with the highest number of cases and deaths are those that had the most tyrannical measures, like masking and shutdowns, proving these mandates clearly do not work. The virus is going to virus. Let the parents choose what is best. Say no to masking our children. Thank you.
Mike Moore.
My name is Mike Moore. I live at 6017 Delfair Lane. I don't really want to say much. Everybody's kind of covered it. They've done a pretty good job talking about the PCR tests and the child abuse, psychological. But I kind of want to point out, if we're all worried about masks, vaccinated or not, right? It passes it, and you guys aren't wearing masks. If you're worried about it, you're going to be in the schools, aren't you? I just don't understand. If you want to wear a mask, wear a mask. If you don't, don't, right? That should be the end of it. Should be the end of it. It's up to you guys at this point. You vote for the mask. It's clear that hypocrisy. It's astounding. That's all I got.
Jason Goldbertson.
Good evening. My name is Jason Gilbranson. I live at 6142 Killarney Drive, Loveland, Ohio 45140. I got two girls in the Milford School District. One is starting 5th grade at McCormick this year, and I am really excited for her to get back to business as usual in school this year. At least I was until I got an email about this meeting. Especially since we know beyond all reasonable doubt that COVID poses almost no risk to our children. Her sister got COVID-19 just about a week ago. She probably did too. I don't know. Her sister tested positive. And you know what? I'm glad. Do you know why I'm glad? I'm glad for the same reason that our parents had chickenpox parties when we were kids. They knew that the younger a child was when they got that disease, the less severe it would be and that they would be protected. The same thing is true with COVID, but we've all lost perspective. As some people have mentioned, according to the CDC, there's 480 kids that died of the flu in the 2018 flu season. Significantly more children are dying on an annual, that's significantly more than are dying on an annualized basis from COVID. But nobody in this room called for mask mandates when the flu was killing 50% more children per year than COVID is. And the flu is significantly more dangerous to children, and that is a fact. And there are longitudinal studies that support this notion. A recently published study in the International Journal of Clinical Practice examining the difference between COVID-19 and influenza in children found, and I quote, flu patients had a higher rate of hospital stays, higher rates of intensive care and ventilatory support, and higher mortality compared to COVID-19 patients. It seems like we've all lost our ability to do basic risk assessment. According to data from the New England Journal of Medicine, our children are nearly 18 times more likely to die in a car accident than from COVID. Our children are 53 times more likely to die from any injuries whatsoever. If you're worried about the risk of COVID to our children, then you should be substantially more worried about putting your child in a car or letting him out of the house, for that matter. Yes, a small number of children have died, and that's tragic, and we should find out why, especially since we're talking about policies that affect children. The
30 seconds.
CDC has not done this, but Johns Hopkins University has. They've done research analyzing data from approximately 48,000 children diagnosed with COVID-19 from April to August of last year. They found a mortality rate of 0 among children without a pre-existing medical condition like leukemia. That's a direct quote from the study. 0. So, masking children is completely unnecessary, but is there any harm? Yeah. A Florida study found high levels of dangerous pathogens on masks worn for long periods of time. A study just last month, published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, suggested children should not be forced to wear masks due to high CO2 levels.
Excuse me, sir, you've reached 3 minutes. Can we wrap it up?
Yeah. Mask mandates are not based on evidence, logic, or science. They're nothing more than an emotional security blanket for adults who should know better. If you want to mask your own child, feel free. I disagree with your choice, but I thank the other parents in this room and the board not to interfere with mine.
Nikki Smith.
Nikki Smith, 822 Center Street, Milford, Ohio, 45150. I personally have 2 students in Milford. Mine is going to be a senior and a freshman. Thankfully, this is not about those schools, because when my freshman heard that there was a possibility of a board meeting where masks were going to be added to the school, I saw the anxiety that he dealt with all last year hit him heavily, and I cannot even tell you the relief when he heard that as of right now, it is only for the elementary schools. So I'm here to advocate for our students. Have always been very involved in the schools. I care very deeply about our students and our staff and our teachers. I was engaged with PTO from day one because I wanted to be engaged in our students and our teachers and everything that happened at our schools. As I mentioned, I'm here to advocate for our children who are suffering today from wearing these masks. One of the parents said that masks they don't hurt. They're not hurting our kids to put a mask on, but you've already started to hear the stories of exactly how they are hurting our children. There's anxiety, depression, feelings of social isolation, in addition to the physical consequences that several parents have talked about. So I want to share a story from another parent who asked me to share this with you. My 8-year-old would come home holding his head, crying out in pain. He was having another migraine. This started when he was 7. My healthy, active 7-year-old started having migraine issues last fall. We tried everything. We went to the pediatrician, then to a specialist. We couldn't find help. I started a diary of symptoms. His good days were weekends and holidays when he was not wearing a mask. He hasn't had another migraine all summer. The pediatrician and the specialist both have attributed the migraines to the mask wearing. He cried when he heard his siblings talking about what is going on tonight and begged me not to put a mask on him again. These masks are, in fact, causing severe pain to our children, whether emotional, whether physical, whether social. They are having an impact. Many are acting as though our children are not hurt by the mask, but you've heard this, that is just not true. This is not a what if, as many have posed tonight. This is not datas and figures. These are our children who are suffering today, right now. They are home crying and in severe anxiety that they are going to have to go back to school wearing a mask.
30
Thank
seconds.
You.
Jennifer Turner.
Thank you. Jennifer Turner, 1150 Glen Echo Lane, Milford. And I'm going to yield most of my time. I'm not going to take a lot of your time tonight. You guys have all been great sitting through all of this. Appreciate the board giving us the opportunity. Again, I wish it wasn't 2 days before school was starting. Just wanted to say that First of all, thank each of you for being here and allowing us to speak. My family and I have had a very positive experience in Milford schools. We've had 3 children go through the school system. And just some facts, because I know that's the way we started off this meeting, so I'm just going to list out some facts. The fact is that kids age 0 to 17 have a 0.008% chance of dying. In other words, they're almost 100% safe. Fact is, they are 3 to 4 times more likely to die from the seasonal flu. They have a higher chance of getting struck by lightning than dying from COVID. They're much more likely to die in a car crash or from drowning. But yet we still let our kids swim and we still let our kids get in a car every day. There is a 10 times higher chance that kids will commit suicide. 10 times. And I'm just going to tell you, masks are not helping that. In fact, a few more facts. There was a study done in Germany of kids wearing masks 4 to 5 hours a day. Showed 68% of them had some type of impairment. 68%. These were irritability, headaches. We've heard that here. We don't have to look to Germany. We've heard it in this room tonight. Difficulty concentrating, less happiness, reluctance to go to school, impaired learning, drowsiness or fatigue. Again, I quoted this from Germany. We've heard it here tonight. And by the way, it's our neighbor who can't walk because she listened to the CDC. I see her being wheeled around in a wheelchair down the street. It's not a good sign. Look, I'm a believer in free speech, and I'm a believer in freedom in general. All of you who want to wear a mask, I applaud you, and you make your choice. That's, more power to you. But freedom says we all have our own choice. We all take our own risks. Then lastly, one more study, the idea that kids are super spreaders. Kids are not super spreaders. Another study, 400,000 students were tested, netting a 0.25% infection rate to others. In other words, not even one person. We had it in our own home. One person got it.
30 seconds.
No one else did. And we didn't wear masks in our own home. So I would implore you guys to do the right thing. Let us have our freedoms for us and our children.
Pia Norris. Stephen Ward. John Bowman. Misty Fisher.
Good evening. My name is Misty Fisher. I'm at 1690 Wilderness Ridge Road. I've lived in Milford for over 8 years. Last year, you guys did Eagle Online, and I thank you so much for that, as it gave my son an option not to have to go to school and wear a mask for several hours all day. I'm here to ask you to please allow freedom of choice in the wearing of masks. I don't believe that masks have a check valve, which means it only works one way. I don't know that my son wearing a mask affects people who wear masks, or if he doesn't wear a mask, that it affects others. But if you're wearing fabric and it's covering your face, wouldn't that protect you? The science is not settled despite the news media saying that it is. I know this because I've spent hours researching data, going to PubMed, looking at research. There are studies that show that masks are not effective in stopping the spread of the disease in a population of people. And I say this because everybody in here, we've all looked at studies and we believe one way or the other, but it's not settled. The science is not settled on that. If it was settled, it wouldn't be in dispute. Studies show low to no risk to children, and I won't go into that any further because many people have already spoken to that. The thing I am concerned about is I'm unable to locate any studies at all to reassure me that restricted airflow, bacterial infections, mental health are not affected, that children are not negatively affected by that. I have not been able to be reassured by that. I wish I was. And in my research, I have not found any study to show that it's safe. I found studies that show that it might not be safe. There are parents here who may counter me and ask for masks. They are concerned about transmission and believe that it's worth the risk. And I understand. I've lost family members. I understand. But I also believe that restricting airflow and making a child feel like their very existence, breathing, is a danger to others, that's not reasonable.
30 seconds.
Teachers and administrators who want the vaccine have had the opportunity to obtain it. In summary, the science is not settled on the effectiveness of masks. It's a great big maybe. There is no science study to reassure a parent that long-term mask wearing is safe. Why would we do this to our children based on a great big maybe? Please don't require the masks.
Mr. Ham.
Oh, that's
Extend the time again.
Oh, we need to extend the time again.
Need a motion to extend our initial public participation by 30 minutes.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any conversation? Have we added any since our last count?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Yaki?
Yes.
Mrs. Brady?
Yes.
Mrs. Chestnut?
Yes.
Mr. Miranda?
Yes.
Mr. Ham?
Yes, thank you.
B and Norris? Sorry, B.
Good evening. B. Norris, 1072 Caraway Lane. Tonight I'm speaking to you on the topic of your role as school board and as school board members. I understand that this board called this meeting for the purpose of a vote to determine whether or not to impose a medical device mandate upon the students of this school district. You were elected to office to carry out the responsibility of representing the parents and citizens of this community, period. We trusted that you would obey your oath to uphold the laws of the land. You swore an oath to support the Ohio and U.S. constitutions. These documents do not allow for any official to violate the rights of the people on the basis of any health situation or declared emergency. By the way, the pandemic is over. The Ohio governor ended his ridiculous mandate, so you have nothing to stand on. Moreover, our constitutions do provide that only legislative bodies can make law. Can you indicate which law, ORC code, you are using to impose a possible life-threatening, emotionally damaging, and health-risking medical device on our precious children? It appears you are holding this meeting to take on the role of parents and to determine that each child's health is your expertise. How many of you are pediatric experts or have passed a law giving school boards the authority to force children to only breathe through a fake protective device? This meeting reveals to me and your constituents that you do not fully understand your role. You do not have the authority to impose a medical mandate, so why are we even here? Why are we here tonight? It should be abundantly clear to you that there is no decision to be made by the board. This decision lies with the parents of the district and the children. I have with me a list of 705 signatures of parents and tax-paying citizens who are against any mandate the board may illegally vote in that violates the rights of the parents to make these decisions on behalf of their own children. By proceeding with the vote, that may result in an attempt to restrict the rights of the citizens. Sounds like a lawsuit in the making to me. One for which you will be using taxpayer dollars to fight, and one that will ultimately end in a settlement that would also be paid with taxpayer dollars. In conclusion, I ask that you please provide in writing the law which provides that it is your responsibility and role as a school board to impose a medical mandate. It is my opinion that
30
regardless
seconds.
of the outcome of your vote, no medical mandate is enforceable should you choose to attempt to impose one. I will testify that I told you that you are breaking the laws of the constitutions and negligently choose to ignore the facts, the lack of science, and many medical advisors, and force children to wear a medical device against their will. We will present parents with a medical liability form for you to fill out in front of parents. This form will hold you as a district and personally to any medical damages forced on our children from your illegal or at least unwarranted actions. Your
3 minutes.
opinions are irrelevant. Your facts are relevant. Thank you.
Stephen Ward.
Members of the Board of Education, neighbors. My name is Stephen Ward. I live at 6037 Delicious Asher Court. I'm a paramedic. I'm an emergency room physician assistant, a graduate medical educator, and most importantly, a dad. I'm the father of 3 children in the Milford school system, 2 in the elementary school and 1 in the junior high. I stand here before you tonight with no corporate or political agendas. I have no conflicts of interest or financial disclosures. Despite my nearly 30 years of experience in medicine, I'm not here to wow you with statistics, numbers, or trends. There are many here tonight who have or will have done so already for me instead. Instead, I stand here tonight to better help you understand things from the perspective that most of you don't have the privilege of having, one from the front lines. While no stranger to critical illness or death, in an emergency, in the past 18 months, I have spent more time with patients and sent more patients to the ICU or to the morgue than in any 5 years of my career combined. The majority of those cases were a result of COVID-19. For those of us in the emergency department, ICUs, and hospitals, COVID-19 is not a bunch of numbers on TV or that you can research on the internet or social media. COVID-19 for us has a face, and those faces are grandparents, parents, and yes, children. They are seniors, adults, and kids. This virus isn't selective based on age, race, socioeconomic status, gender, or political affiliation. In the past 18 months, we have learned a tremendous amount about the virus, and we also know that we aren't anywhere close to knowing everything we need to know about the disease to stop its spread, let alone eliminate it. This disease isn't going to end with the Delta variant. We have already identified the Epsilon and Lambda variants, which have already shown to demonstrate increasing contagious properties and even worse, resistance. I often get asked by patients and friends and neighbors, so what exactly is the end game to this virus? Simply put, variants arrive from virus replication that occurs as the disease spreads. So if you want to stop variant mutation and eradicate this virus, it all starts with controlling the spread. The vaccines alone are not going to stop the spread of this virus. It took the polio vaccine over 40 years to fully eradicate the virus from North America. It still exists in the world today. COVID-19 killed more people in Ohio in one day this past January than polio did in its worst year, 1952. Bottom line is this: masks are effective. Are they a pain? Sure they are. Nobody knows better than I do. I wear them for 8 to 12 hours a day, every shift of every week of every month of the past 18 months.
3 minutes.
But I didn't get COVID-19. I have probably been exposed to more COVID-19 patients than most of those of you in attendance combined, and in closer contact than I would wish on any of you. And I did not contract COVID-19. I didn't spread it to my kids. I didn't spread it to my family. I didn't spread it to my neighbors, and I didn't spread it to my friends.
Sir, you've reached 3 minutes.
Thank you.
John Bowman.
John Bowman.
Is it on?
John Bowman. 1277 Ridgewood Drive, Loveland, Ohio. I have a senior at Milford. I heard a lot of stats on both sides, so I'm not gonna rehash any of that really. Outside of I myself don't wear a mask except for when I fly for the last year, and I haven't gotten COVID-19 either. So there's that. But ultimately, I have all these notes of all the things I was going to say, but you know, something hit me a little bit earlier. I kept hearing empathy from the first 10 speakers. Well, everybody in here was a child at one point in time, I assume. Why don't we look at it through a child's eyes? I'm not worried about having empathy for anyone in this room, honestly. How about for the kids? Think about when you were 5, 6, 7, 8. Put yourself in their shoes. How would have you felt about putting a mask on every day for 8 hours, not understanding why, not being able to see your friends' faces, not being able to see a teacher's face, understand what they're saying? That's the empathy I'm talking about. That's all I have.
Mike Vanover.
Mike Vanover, 1103 Hayward Circle. I'm not going to wow anybody with stats or do any of that stuff because it's already been said. The one thing I've noticed, the trend that I've noticed tonight from the pro-maskers, it's mask or nothing. But you know, with the anti-mask people, were like, it's optional. I think it should be up to a parent whether or not our kids wear a mask. It shouldn't be up to educators or somebody that's afraid of a virus that has a 99.8% survivability rate. Let's talk about the average age of death in Ohio. Does anybody know what it is? It's 79 years old. How many 79-year-olds do you know that are attending the 6 elementary schools that we have in our school district? We don't have any Billy Madisons. We've already been proven that, it's already been proven that you cannot the kids are not transmitting this disease to grandma and grandpa. That big myth that was spread when it first showed up. I mean, it's ridiculous. Let the kids' immune systems do their thing. Let them breathe. Let them get fresh air. If you want to send your kids to school with a mask, go right ahead. I'm going to send mine without a mask, and that should be my option. Not your option, my option, every parent in here. If you want your kid to go to school with a mask, send them with a mask. I'm not sending my kids to school with a mask. It's ridiculous. And the one-day notice that we didn't have any options, I think you brought that up earlier, sir, that we could get our kids in another school district. And I don't care what Lakota West does. Give a damn what they do out there. Kids go to Milford, not Lakota. So it should be optional what our kids do when they go to school. So pro-maskers, when they say, across the board, everybody should have a mask on, we should just go to school in bubble wrap. I mean, this is ridiculous. Like the whole restaurant thing. I can walk in a restaurant with a mask on, sit down, take my mask off. Well, does COVID have a flight deck that Maverick could go below? I mean, trust the science. I keep hearing trust the science. It's child abuse to have kids wearing masks. Absolute child abuse to breathe in their CO2 all day. That's all I got. I don't have anything else.
Mandy Anderson.
Hi, Mandy Anderson, 55866 Hoffman Road. I didn't come tonight prepared with a speech. I honestly hadn't planned on coming, but I just couldn't sit at home and not know that I tried to do something to protect my child. I am for the option. Don't take my parental right away from me to choose if my child needs to wear a mask or not. I don't think that's up to the board, and I appreciate you keeping my child safe at school. However, it's not your job to decide on their health. It's not your job to keep them healthy at school. You can keep them safe at recess, you can educate them, do what you do best. But let me do my parental right and let me have the option to mask my child or not. I won't go into stats, statistics, everything else that everybody already has. I'll give you one more name, Camille Sabella. She's a pediatric infectious disease physician. I know, as far as I understand, this reignition for the mask mandate is coming from the Delta variant. It is a variant. We expect variants to come from viruses. Happens all the time. It will continue to happen. The variant is more transmissible. However, it is more mild. The chance of a child of K to 6 having a severe reaction or illness from the Delta variant is extremely rare. Again, Camille Sabella, pediatric infectious disease. That's one more name I just want to go ahead and put on your list. However, I just implore you, please, please leave the option with the parents. Thanks.
Amanda Garbus? Randy Klein?
It somewhat bothers me to know that I'm probably the oldest person in the room. Okay, Randy Klein, 939 Riverside Drive here in Milford. We've been a long resident of the district. Okay, I found it kind of curious that we just heard the testimony from a doctor a few minutes ago. And I'm glad he spoke before me because I found it curious that he wasn't wearing the kind of masks that he would actually wear if he was in the hospital working with his patients. The type that they wear in hospitals are what they call N95 respirators, which give you a modicum of safety from the germs. They're used in sanitary type situations. But he chose to come to this meeting and not wear what he would wear in the hospital. That caught my eye a little bit. I look around the room at the different kinds of masks that people are wearing in here. And with all due respect, there's a lot of pretending going on here. If you study masks, you're going to see that these are the ones you're wearing, which many of them are very cute, got little sparkles on them, and one of the board members actually has a Milford emblem on it. These are loose-fitting masks. They do not protect against COVID, which is a very small particle, extremely small virus. Now, you could supply N95 respirators to the school here, but what happens with N95s, they're difficult to breathe through, and so in the hospital setting, they actually have ways of ventilating them slightly, but they can't do it all the time because they have to be, if they have a ventilator, it's no longer sanitary. Also, the heat builds up in them, they become uncomfortable. Explain that to a 6-year-old. They are considered single use. In other words, you touch it or you got to get rid of it, and replace it immediately if you want to maintain that safety. Finally, they are not designed for children or, Mr. Spicer, people with facial hair. Okay, you can't wear it. Now, something interesting just came out several days ago in The Guardian, which is a newspaper in the United Kingdom. You'll find, if you do a lot of study like I do of current events, a lot of things you can find in British newspapers that you will not see in American newspapers because of the censorship here. One of the problems with masks and lockdowns and things with children, IQ is something that develops over a period of time.
3 minutes.
Okay? And they have found, there just is a study that came out this week or last week from Brown University showing how under those circumstances where children are not able to see facial expressions and communicate normally, they've seen as much as an IQ drop of 22 points.
Sir, you've reached 3 minutes. Sir,
I'll end up now.
Okay.
Finally, with mass masquerades, kids become part of a collective and lose a development of their individuality. Of course, I know that many parents prefer to be part of a collective and rather than to live and breathe free. That's all.
Brandon Leach. Brandon Leach. Joseph Shaw. Miranda Bowen. Okay.
I'm speaking for Miranda Brown. She asked me if I would speak for her to talk about her fourth grade son. Miranda lives at 1110 Sophia Drive in Milford. Her son Jack is a fourth grader at Seipelt. He has moderate bi-level hearing problem, and so he wears hearing aids and he has ADHD. And unfortunately, there were no accommodations for a child like that who depends upon lip reading to communicate, to understand what's being told in his classroom. He was frustrated because he could not understand the teacher, and he ended up acting out. And in acting out, he became a behavior problem and got labeled as a disruptive child. Because there was no option, he suffered behind the mask, felt isolated and lost, and suffered socially as well, because he had to hide behind a mask. And now, without a mask, he is happier, he's less anxious, and more himself. And she is asking the board to please, the mask robbed him not only of his personality, but of his education. And she's asking the board to please do not mandate masks because her son will suffer even more. Thank you.
Brandon Leach.
Brandon Leach, 1444 State Route 131, Milford. I'll try to not reiterate what a bunch of people have said already. But I recently moved to Illinois here with my 10-year-old daughter. Moved to Milford here from Illinois, partially because of the failed response to COVID in the classrooms there. Remote learning, canceling a day of school, only in school for 2 days a week and in remote for 2, little to no peer interaction, lack of educational development resulting from this. How confusing for a child and also parents involved. I can't speak for what's happened here as I'm only partially aware, but I know the response was not as cumbersome as what I experienced last year in Illinois, and that is refreshing. What I came here tonight to ask is, why are we here? What evidence are you relying upon to even bring about this meeting? What studies are being referenced to show that masks are even effective for children? Are we even considering the adverse psychological effects this is having on them? Forcing kids to cover their faces, teaching them that we should assume everyone around them is sick and that the air is toxic, not being able to see facial expressions of their peers or teachers, and let's not sit here and pretend like the masks that are being worn aren't a haven for dirt and bacteria. What is it doing to the development and immune system, I ask? Let's be smart and use data, science, common sense, and human decency here. After doing my own research, I found some data on COVID. I'll pass through that part. It's already been said. But if you go back to the studies of 2018 to 2019, the deaths from that season, of that flu season, far surpassed a year and a half of COVID deaths. And is anybody looking at those? Did anybody ask for a mask mandate in 2018 and 2019? Anybody? No one here. So what are we doing here today? With a much deadlier disease considered the flu, why are we even considering masks? We never considered them back in 2018 and 2019. Okay, the government has watched people die every day from lack of health care, homelessness, crime, drugs, etc. And now we're supposed to think they care about a fraction of a % of children that die from COVID with mask mandates, social distancing, shields between desks, remote learning, etc.
30 seconds.
At what point do we take a step back and look at this holistically and think to ourselves, this isn't about COVID? And additionally, at what point do we say this is a form of child abuse? And if the science is indeed changing as fast as our government officials say, maybe we should refrain from issuing mandates that might prove to be detrimental in a few weeks or months. Recently, while we're quoting governmental agencies, the DHS announced plans to focus on domestic terrorism and has warned that those in opposition to COVID measures are a domestic threat. So let me ask you, do you think the people in opposition of masks in this room are terrorists? Do we feel that way?
Sir, we reached 3 minutes.
3 minutes? All right.
You've reached the 3-minute max.
Okay.
Joseph Shaw.
Hi, my name's Joe Shaw. I live at 1291 Beauregard in Milford. I have 2 children in the Milford School District. I'm here on behalf of my 2 daughters and my wife. My wife and I grew up in the Cincinnati area. I myself went to Sycamore. My wife went to Milford. My career took us away from the area back in 2010. In 2014, my career brought us back. We had a choice of anywhere we wanted to go in the Cincinnati area. We decided to come to Milford because we love this community. I'm very saddened to see the community divided like this over a true political issue. This issue really bothers me to know that my 2 daughters that have gone to school, that have been very happy kids their whole life, never had an issue, they're now both on anti-anxiety medications, and I have to take them to see a therapist once a week from COVID-19, and the masks definitely have an issue. They've lost their sense of themselves. They don't see faces anymore. You know, when they hang out with their friends and they have to wear a mask at school, they don't learn how to communicate and have personal communications. I watched their grades go from straight A's down to B's and maybe an A periodically. I really feel bad for my children to think that they might have to go to school another year with a mask because some folks are afraid of what might happen to their children. I really, for those of you who live in fear, I feel bad for you. But, in this country, we have made a decision to live free, and we have made a decision to not live in fear. 70 years ago, we were afraid that Russia was going to nuke us. We all don't live underground anymore. We're still above ground, but at any given time, somebody can push a button and we're gone. But we don't live like that, all right? So we shouldn't be living in fear over a virus that might or might not hurt us. Likely it's not going to at all. What is it? 0.008% of children die from this virus. I mean, if one kid dies, that's horrible. But 534 kids committed suicide in 2018. That's a heck of a lot more than kids died in 2019 of the coronavirus. Mental health should be at the forefront. I've heard a couple of you ask
30
to
seconds.
have mental health be in the back of your mind when you're thinking about making this decision. It should be at the front because the likelihood of a kid dying from coronavirus isn't very likely, but it's pretty damn likely that they will have mental problems. So please consider that.
Drew Ketcher. Jacqueline Arbino. Arthur Houston.
Jenny, how many people do we have in the, quite a few, so we don't have enough room to bring them in here.
Laura Rucker.
I'm Laura Rucker. I did not come prepared to talk today, but I really guess I need to. I live at 1694 Wilderness Ridge Road. I'm a parent of 4 children in this town, but we chose to homeschool back in Wisconsin. So it wasn't you guys who made me not do that. I'm gonna speak to what I do know. I've had Lyme disease for 20 years. Because of the governor's exemptions to not wearing masks, I've never worn a mask through this entire time. I've driven to South Dakota and been with, I don't know if you guys know, South Dakota's never worn masks. They don't have a problem over there. So I've mixed it up with South Dakotans for last 4th of July at Trump's fireworks. I have driven and been with millions of people in the cold on January 6th in Washington, D.C., with 20,000 or so people walking directly in front of me on a pathway. I've been to Palm Beach for 2 weeks and mixed it up with the people in Florida, and I've been to Greenville, South Carolina, and mixed it up with some people like ambassadors, General Flynn, and others who never wore a mask. There are people who know things who are not wearing masks. This is America. We don't have to ask them for the right to parent our children because we're Americans. We're Americans here. But I will tell you that when I found out later on that I have an extremely compromised immune system, I have no natural killer cells. I should be dead according to the fear that some people are living under, needing to wear a mask. I should be dead from all the people I've been with. But I'm not. I'm not. I'm asking you not to live in fear. What I do fear, though, as a neurobiologist who used to take neurons out of rats and grow them, when you don't have oxygen, you don't grow neurons. Our children are having their brains stunted by every lap of oxygen they ever get, even for the smallest bit. How many of you would allow somebody to clamp their hand over your baby's face so that they couldn't breathe the way they want to? And I'll get to another thing. Sorry to get emotional, because that's a tool that I don't like using. It's either neurolinguistic programming or it's Delphi, the Delphi system of
30 seconds.
Of concocting consensus at meetings like this. And I'm afraid when people look back at this meeting, they're going to go, wow, boy, was that pulled over on the American public. But we're Americans, and I'm really proud of all you guys for standing up and showing how to be an American today. Thank you, guys.
Arthur Houston.
Hi, my name is Arthur Houston, 6083 Webb Oaks Drive, Lebanon, Ohio, 45140. I want to thank you for allowing so many of us to voice our thoughts on this matter. First, I'd like to point out, according to the Milford's website, 695 students and staff tested positive for COVID last school year. Let me clarify this. 695 tested positive during a mask mandate. There was not total capacity in the schools, and social distancing was also incorporated. I can tell you last year that our children went to school without a mask because of special needs, and they are not a part of that 695. We did the responsible thing, as everyone should do, hand washing, and they didn't feel well, we kept them home from school. Both of our children have speech delays. Our son is nonverbal. Our kids need to be able to see faces to learn how to communicate. This is crucially important for them to develop communication skills. I implore you, please do not take that away from them. Thank you.
Lance Kincaid. Please. That's the last one I had.
So we have one more speaker this evening, and I know it's late, but I will ask your indulgence. You've been able to get up and go use the restroom while the presentations have been going on. We have not. So if you can give us just 3 minutes after this last speaker, would appreciate that. Oh, time is up, yeah. Yeah, 30 seconds, hurry up, get it out of there. That's right. You guys just gonna stay the night tonight?
I was just thinking 4:30 comes awfully early. It'll be a short night.
Yeah, thank you to our staff. I know this has been, many of you may not know this, but today was convocation for all of our staff and our teachers this morning, starting at 7 a.m. And so it's going to be quite a long day, obviously a very important day. So we do appreciate the time and effort you guys have put in.
Last speaker's left.
Last speaker left, so we're good to go.
Okay.
Bathroom break. Okay,
3 minutes and a 30-second warning.
For those of you that are interested, the Reds won 14-5.
We'll call our meeting back to order. Okay, we're returning from our small recess, thank you. And we will now close our public participation for the evening, at least the first part of it, and move on to item C. Item C is discussion regarding masking in the elementary buildings. And I'll open this up to our board members.
I'll go first. As part of our long day, I wrote this in the car at the soccer game this afternoon. But so we teach our students to research using well-established facts and data sources. We had a successful school year in 2020/2021 because we listened to the CDC, AAP, and Cincinnati Children's when they made recommendations. Now these same trusted organizations are again updating the recommendations, and they are being labeled as opinions and merely considered. The state, local, and national data is clear. Even with vaccines available, we have higher rates of infection right now in August 2021 than we did a year ago in August 2020. This time last year, we were discussing whether in-person learning was safe. We all learned and grew last year. We know distancing and masking kept many illnesses down in our schools and really everywhere. We're taught in PBIS to be responsible, respectful, and kind. Masking helped keep every student safe. The child born premature at 25 weeks with lasting respiratory concerns, the second grader who had just a cold that led him to an ICU stay with a feeding tube in 2019, the students who have sensory issues and cannot wear a mask, students like we saw earlier, Hannah, and my daughter Nora, who also has Down syndrome. This is our chance to teach empathy and be living examples of love thy neighbor. People have said chances of a child dying are low. What is an acceptable death rate of a child in our district? Just one funeral? And death is not the only poor outcome to be concerned about. Long-haul COVID affects approximately 30% of those who get the virus, even if they were not sick at the time. COVID attacks the neurological system, the heart, respiratory, and many things that we will not fully understand for years to come. We all agree, in-person school is the very best thing for these students. Local doctors and data agree the safest way to stay in person and without, this is my handwriting, quarantine, and limit quarantine is with mask mandates. We have all seen first day photos in local classrooms with recommendations, and 2 students have masks. And I would guess they began to feel the peer pressure from the adults and students around them, and the masks slipped down. I believe we should mandate masks until vaccines are available for all students and local case rates return to a low number. I don't know what that threshold is, but it's not the numbers that we have right now. I would like to see adults in all the buildings lead by example and show empathy for every single student. We already know local schools who have started the year as recommended optional masking have implemented masking and have had quarantines and COVID spread. That's it. John, are we allowed to ask you questions more along the lines of how we support teachers to track and trace when, if masks are optional and then there's a COVID?
It'd be really great if I could hear her, so it'd be really...
Yeah, listen, we spent a whole bunch of time giving everybody in here the opportunity to speak. Let us actually conduct the business of the board for a few minutes without interruption, please.
How we'll support the teachers and school nurses, administrators. I know it's a lot. So there was an outbreak already at soccer. My son's a soccer player here. And they've already spent the time calling and tracing. So I just don't.
How's that? So there was a case in soccer, not an outbreak. So there's a difference, at least for us. The difference for us would be that there would be a case and then 5 kids had to quarantine because they were either not masked or not quarantined, and obviously they weren't masked because they were playing soccer.
Or not vaccinated. If you're vaccinated, you do not have to quarantine.
Correct. If you're vaccinated, you do not have to quarantine. So I think the question you're asking is the support that the teachers and admin get. Well, they get it, certainly get it from all of us because we work on the weekends too to help with the quarantining of students and going to.
I would also say that if there's not a mask mandate in K-6 and half the class shows up with a mask and half doesn't, right?
Yes, the staff will have to, they will have to know who is masked and who is not masked. They will have to know that. And they know that going in, unless there's a change, they know that going in that they will need to do that. And as of now, MEA supports optional masking. The Milford Education Association, sorry.
John, can you explain the whole quarantining situation? Because there were a couple of comments, and I don't think people understand where it came from. And
Thank you for asking that question. So I kind of heard some of that tonight. We do not set the quarantine guidelines. Those come directly from the Ohio Department of Health. We do follow them. We must follow them, and we will follow them. So you know, the guidelines and the charts that you see us put out is exactly from the Ohio Department of Health, and we will follow those. We specifically do not quarantine your children. The Claremont County Public Health actually does the quarantining, but we actually issue the letter for them. It's because we're obviously here. We're doing the contact tracing inside of the buildings, so we do not set those guidelines. If you are masked or if you are vaccinated, you do not have to quarantine. That's I'm giving you the very generalistics. I'm not going through the details. But basically, the Ohio Department of Health is rewarding those that are vaccinated or masked to not quarantine.
And
Does that answer your
can
question?
you also tell me what's the requirement for busing?
Yes. So right now, the mandate is that you have to wear a mask on a bus. So if your child is going to get on a bus, regardless of any decision that's made tonight or isn't made tonight, they will wear a mask on a bus. We had teachers on buses today. They all wore masks because you have to wear a mask on a bus. Also know that that is monitored by the TSA. We are not the mask police, et cetera. They are supposed to hand them a mask and move on. So just know that going into it. Peterman is aware of that, and they will follow that as well.
For me, the number one priority is keeping kids in school. And as I look at this quarantine guideline chart, if one student tests positive, all those students who have been in contact with that student have to be quarantined for 14 days unless they're wearing a mask or vaccinated. We know that those 12 and under are not eligible for the vaccines, so the only thing that's going to keep those people in school is the mask requirement. Is that right?
Absolutely. Well, if they're wearing a mask, they don't have to quarantine. So,
Right.
Some of our family members out here that if they decide that they're not going to send their child with a mask, you could do the high school, for instance, because that's not a topic of discussion this evening. If they'll quarantine. So you'll have to make that decision whether or not you're going to send your child to school at the high school or junior high with a mask or not. I would send mine's vaccinated, I would send mine to school with a mask, no matter what. I don't want him to quarantine. I don't want him at home. I can't take off work. So that's not pro-mask or anti-mask. That's self-preservation. So, and so that's a decision that each family has to make at the junior high and high school. So I'm just telling you that's what's going to happen. If you don't want your child to quarantine at the junior high or the high school, you're going to send them to school in a mask. That's what you're going to do. They will quarantine. COVID is COVID. COVID is COVID. Dr. Fegans from Hamilton County, we talk to him every Friday. And he said, COVID is COVID. It's highly contagious. It is what it is, folks. And so that's the quarantine. That's how it works. So yes, our goal, my staff, your teachers, your principals, our goal is to teach kids. That's what we do. They're coming to school Wednesday no matter what's decided today, and we're ready for that. And I want the board to know that, and I want you to know that.
My fear is the fact that if we have one student in a classroom test positive, we may end up with a whole bunch of kids at home for 14 days, and that's not what we're here for, to educate kids.
Say that again, Mr. Ham.
Well, let me just keep reminding everybody that the public participation segment of the meeting is over. That's the way public participation works. That's why I read the whole thing from the beginning. This is now discussion based upon all the input we've received tonight on the discussion regarding masks. Well, we're still discussing, are we? I mean, can we actually conduct the meeting as we have set up, please? Please, I think we've been really patient. We've listened to everything that you wanted to bring to us tonight, and now it's a good time for us to understand a little bit more about this and have discussions amongst us. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Basically, what I was saying was just that my fear is the fact that we're going to have a lot of kids out of school, and we can't educate kids who are home. We need to have kids in school, and with the quarantine guidelines, it really is important, especially at our elementary schools, to have them in masks so that they can be in school.
And I'd like to say that I wish we didn't have masks, and I wish it was 2019, but we can't.
I wish we didn't either.
We can't work in 2019. We have to work in 2021.
Yeah, I have a statement as well. First of all, I'm really grateful that we had some medical professionals here tonight to share, and the letter that we were sent the other day, it now has even more names on it. That to me is really, really helpful, so thank you. Thank you for sharing your expertise with us. I would like to apologize to everybody for the lateness of this meeting and this decision. COVID cases really just started rising in the past couple weeks. So, at our July board meeting, when we were discussing it, it was, we need to wait and see what happens. So, as has been typical with this virus, things change sometimes overnight. So, this isn't a decision that we could have made a month ago, 2 months ago. I had hoped that the decision would be made by our administrators when COVID cases started rising. And usually this is an administrative decision. But there are times then, the board is responsible for the education and the safety of our children. And in my view, so it is the board's responsibility to jump in if we feel like there is some kind of safety, health issue, et cetera. So from my perspective, I do believe that not masking would unnecessarily increase COVID risk to our students, staff, and families. Everybody wants our children in school. There's no question about that. There's also no question that we have a state mandate regarding quarantining. And if we have a case in an elementary classroom where no one is vaccinated and half the kids are masked, those half of the kids are going to be quarantined. There is no way around that. There is no way around that. So, if we want to stay in the classroom, well, first of all, if we want to help protect our students, we don't know what the Delta variant does to our students. We have started to see more and more issues, and as our medical professionals are telling us, this is happening, it is reality. So if we want to help mitigate the risk, if we want to stay in the classroom, if we want to reduce the chance of quarantines and possibly even shutdowns, then we've got to make some hard choices. And one of those choices is masking at the elementaries. We talk about what happened last year. Well, last year, our students were masked. We had a little bit of social distance, and we did great. So now all of a sudden we say, oh, well, it didn't happen last year, so let's just take away everything and it won't happen this year. We don't know that. And, to me, something worked, you continue it. The American Medical Association sums up my feeling about masks pretty darn well. They say wearing a mask is a small but important protective measure that can help us all stay safer. It's pretty simple. I personally would prefer masks at all grade levels right now, but given that that 12 and up can be vaccinated if they choose, I feel it's especially important at the elementaries to keep our kids safer and keep them in school. Both sides of this argument do not see this as a political discussion, which is rather funny. I'm sorry?
He said if the Delta variant was real, they'd have the southern border shut down.
We're not having a discussion at this point.
Can we get some order, please? Please, please, please.
As I said, neither side sees this as a political statement. To me, it certainly is not. It's not a statement against choice. It is the best decision that I can see to help protect our students and staff as we try to combat a global and local pandemic with what I believe is the best scientific knowledge we have. There's lots and lots of data out there. We all pick and choose our studies. So, as someone who has been elected to look out for the best interests of our school district and community, I personally feel the most responsible choice is to require masks, at least at the elementary schools, while our area is under significant threat from COVID. As that hopefully abates, as vaccines are made available, then we will, if this passes, we will look at rescinding that and going back to normal. But, once again, I apologize for how late this decision is. It just was unavoidable.
I had a copy of the letter from the Tri-Health physicians prior to tonight also, and I had looked over that very carefully and looked at the names of all the doctors on there, many of whom I know. And I have to place a great deal of confidence in what they have to say in terms of requiring masks is beneficial in stopping the spread.
Yeah, I agree. The names on the list are impressive, and over 400. It's, we're not looking at a couple doctors here. We're looking at a huge segment of our medical profession, the vast majority of our medical profession.
And our neighbors. And our neighbors.
I'm sorry. I can talk to you afterwards, but not right now. We're in the middle of this discussion. Sorry.
I've been sitting here for 3 hours and 7 minutes and have said hardly a word. That's not normal. That's not normal for me, as most of you who know me are aware. I've been in Milford since 1979. I came here because of the schools, like an awful lot of people sitting in this room here. I also came because of the community, and win, lose, or draw, there is no win, there is no lose, there is no draw here. We're trying to make a decision up here that's a very difficult decision, as all of you have kind of alluded to. I guess first and foremost, I want to thank you guys for having the passion to go after what you think your kids need. That's right, wrong, or indifferent, whether you agree or disagree. We're all here for the good of the kids. And if we ever lose sight of that, whether it's political or not, we're wrong. This is to try to decide for the kids. We've got an incredibly difficult decision to make. I have seen so much data. I've had well over 200 emails from you with data, both sides of the ledger. I've listened to 48 people speak tonight, very evenly mixed, although it was not alternated. It went one side of the ledger and then went to the other side of the ledger. I appreciate the people that went first for being respectful of the people that went last. It's hard. They're your kids. You love them. You want to do the best thing for them. You're their parents. The unfortunate reality of it is the 5 of us sitting up here have been asked to make this decision. It's an operational decision. I don't want to make operational decisions because once you start, where does it stop? But a request has been made to the board to have a position on this, and we're going to have a position. We were elected. Every one of us sitting up here was elected. Some of us, in the case of Mr. Yockey, he's been elected 5 times, Andrea 3, and the rest of us are each in our first terms. You elected us because you thought we had the right stuff to do what we're doing up here. You've got to trust us. We've either got kids in the community or have had kids in the community or have taught thousands of kids in the community. We're doing it with the whole community in mind, and we're going to do the best we can, and not everybody's going to be happy. You just got to accept it, folks. We're trying to do an impossible task here. And there's going to be all kinds of things going back and forth on Facebook and Twitter. I haven't looked at my phone except when it told me the red score. But honestly, we've got to be allowed to do our job. You elected us to do it. We're going to do it tonight. And that's all I've got to say, really, is let us do our jobs. Be respectful of us. We love these kids. We're not here for the money, that's for darn sure. I think I made about 10 cents an hour this month. But I would do it again because we love these kids and we love our community and we want to do what's right. So just please allow us to go do what our convictions are.
But we know our kids, and we know what's right for this.
Anybody talk about the extended daycare? I got a 5-year-old that's going to have to...
How many times do I have to address this? I keep saying it over and over again. Please, we're conducting the business of the board. We had open comment. We've closed it since then. You understand that comments have been closed, right? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You had time, right? I gave you your time. Please, please, please,
Okay.
please. Come on. It's a long night, guys. It's a long night. Long night, guys. Long night. Long night, guys. For me, my position is that we gave the authority last summer to our administration to come up with a plan. It was called Return to Learn, and I think they did an outstanding job last year of putting together a plan that made sense and then making adjustments as needed or pivoting as needed in order to make sure that we've handled something that really nobody had ever dealt with before. We gave them that authority, we gave them that trust, and they did a great job with it. By having this meeting, we are now taking this authority back from them. We have a plan. We've had a plan. And I think that plan allowed for our administration to work closely with our Department of Health, medical professionals, other superintendents, and I'm not a fan of taking that operational control back from our administration, back into the board where we now have operational control. I'm concerned about if we put masks on kids, when are we going to take them off? You know, what are going to be the numbers associated with, you know, when those masks come off? Are we going to mask them when they go to the bathroom? We're going to mask them when they go to recess? Are we going to mask them when they go to lunch, and then they just get to pull it down when they eat? Are we going to mask our teachers or teachers' aides that are vaccinated in our elementary schools? All those things are my concern, and I don't, as a board, we're an oversight board. We're not an operational board. And so, for me, I'm not a big fan of having this meeting, actually. So that's where I sit.
I think what we follow is the masking, how we did masking last year. We had masking last year, and so I would assume that these mandates would follow all the same. They had masking breaks. They had, I mean, we had a whole year of.
But we were mandated last year to wear the mask by the state.
Oh, I agree. I agree. But I think that it's our choice. Now, this is what our current concern is. I do think it's fair to discuss monthly. I mean, that's what we did last month. We said, let's look at what the data does and what the numbers do locally, and they're going up. And so I think this is the safest way to start the school year. And we meet Thursday. Hopefully we don't have to have this discussion again on Thursday. But we'll meet September and we'll meet October, and the numbers will do different things, and we'll see. And more schools will be in place, locally, nationally.
Hopefully we get more people vaccinated by on the next 6 weeks or so, and that with the number of people who have gotten sick, some natural immunity, hopefully the curve will start downward in the relatively near future. I certainly would not want to have this last an entire year. I would like to get us out of it as quickly as we possibly can, but it just seems to me that the safest way to start the school year, at least, is the mask mandate. Hopefully that it doesn't need to last very long.
No, we cannot differentiate between vaccinated and unvaccinated. So, we can't say vaccinated staff do not have to mask. Correct?
I'm not sure.
Yes,
Right.
that's correct.
That's correct.
We cannot ask vaccine status, except
Until
on
October,
record for
up to October
quarantine.
13th, you actually can, right? Isn't it October 13th on House Bill 244?
Right, that's what it is. And of course, we know that at this point, none of our under 12 students have been vaccinated because they're not eligible, or almost none. I think there are a few people who have been vaccinated under special circumstances that were under 12, but for the most part, they're unvaccinated.
John?
I think what you could do is, for staff, is to say that you're highly recommending for staff that are not vaccinated to mask, and you could make it optional for them if your fear is that you don't want to say, you want to know what their vaccination status is. We all know that our staff is 90+% vaccinated. I think that staff would certainly like that if that's what the decision that's made this evening. I think it's also important to know that the 7-12 side, no matter what decision, there's no decision to be, it can change by Thursday, folks. You just need to know that. We're going to continue to do the same thing. We talk about masks and COVID every single day, every weekend, and we're going to continue to do that. It can change at the high school and junior high at any minute. And so you just need to know that decision can change. It's not set in stone. It's not that we're going to just let it go until December. It's every day. We will look at it. We'll see where it is.
And the COVID dashboard will continue as it was
the COVID
last year.
dashboard continues. It's still up. We're actually one of the only schools that continue to do it over the summer when even our students weren't here.
And I really believe that at the junior high and the high school, you're going to have quite a few kids, quite a few of our students, especially our students that are involved in extracurricular activities. If they have not been vaccinated, they may choose and probably will choose to wear a mask so they don't have to be quarantined from their team or their band or other activities they might be involved in. Because missing 10 days, for some of these activities, you're missing a lot.
Correct.
And I believe, based on my conversations with some of the coaches, that they understand that. They understand, and the good news for Milford is we've got some really good sports teams this fall. Several of them are going to be real contenders, and the coaches are telling the kids, you're going to be contenders. Don't blow it. Put a mask on. Even though it's not mandated, put a mask on. And also, watch your teammates. If they don't have a mask on, remind them. That's the idea. That's the idea that the coaching staff has here, and that's.
Any other comment?
Well, we do know that, can you please quiet them down?
Go ahead. Order, please.
We do know that even vaccinated people can pass COVID, so do we have a concern about staff members in the elementary schools? Is that something we need to discuss, or we're comfortable?
I didn't quite understand you, Andrea.
Yeah, I
You
can't
were
hear you
fading
either,
away.
Andrea.
Sorry. So with vaccinated people being able to pass COVID, and we're in the elementary schools, and we know that masking on both sides is really what protects you, so do we need to talk that through and what we do about staff, whether they're vaccinated or not?
I think if the majority of the students are masked, that is sufficient. I do think that the kids look to their teachers as role models, and so not wearing a mask, I don't know that the kids really, I have not been talking to my kids about the finer points of vaccination status and adults and, as fine, so I think it's an important role model that adults wear it, but I'm not as concerned. I'm concerned about the people who do not have an opportunity to vaccinate being at higher risk. And so if the vaccine comes mid-September, then that should mean by mid-November that would give families the opportunity who want the vaccine to get both doses, because it has to be Pfizer, and 2 weeks after that, and so hopefully by that point we will also see numbers going down. So I think those are all data that we need to continue to look at.
And Emily, I agree with you. My expectations, if this board decides tonight that we were to mask elementary, my expectations of our staff is that the teachers are being good role models for these kids and showing them how to wear masks and doing the right thing. If that's the vote of the board, they've got to stand up and they've got to demonstrate. And if they're way back at their desk and the kids are at their tables, they need to explain to the kids that I've got a safe distance here, and I can teach from here, and you can see my mouth, and you can see the things that you've got to do. But they've got to step up too, and I know this teaching staff pretty well, and I know them a little bit better every day. They'll step up. They'll do that.
And what about pre-K?
I'm sorry?
Pre-K.
Preschoolers. What are those?
Pre-K was not,
We did not
they did
last
not
year.
have to mask. They were not mandated to mask.
Okay.
Is there any other discussion?
It's really cold in here. Where's Jeff?
Well, at this point in time, somebody would have to make a motion if you wanted us to vote on anything, because we don't have a specific resolution in front of us.
I think any resolution that comes up ought to have some guidance in terms of when a mask mandate would come off as well, because I know your fear that once we started, it could go all year unless we have some kind of guideline. I think that that part of it we could leave up to the administration, to Mr. Spicer and his staff, in terms of with the constant contact he has with the health departments, that when he sees improvement taking place, that we could leave that in his hands at the time that the mask mandate might come to an end.
And they told him there's been no.
I think it's important to take into consideration the availability of the vaccine for the population we're talking about too. So hopefully what we'll see is that schools will start and, you know, numbers will hopefully flatten or begin to go down, that vaccines will become available. So I think it makes sense that we as a board look at this every month that we have a meeting because we'll have that data. And if John is seeing some extenuating circumstance that's high or low or causing issues.
And our administration really does keep a very, very close watch on all of that, and so we're going to be kept updated.
He has
I'm
our
sure.
phone numbers.
I would expect as part of the weekly board report that we get a status, and we know what you're seeing in trends and what you're hearing from the local health people, and that we can evaluate that. I'm certain, knowing the 4 colleagues that I have here, that we're communicating quite regularly, so I don't think that's going to be a problem.
Okay, so do we need a motion to, how formal does this need to be? I motion that we, no?
If they would like to make a motion, how do we go about that? That's not on the agenda.
Right, you make a motion to add it to the agenda, and then you would make a motion to actually vote on it.
Okay. So I would like to make a motion that we add is it a mask mandate for students and staff in K-6 buildings to wear a mask, to be revisited at our monthly meetings, or, am I saying that right? I motion to add it to the agenda. Start with that.
I thought you guys were comfortable with not mandating staff.
What do we want? I mean,
Not mandating staff, Dave?
Andrea, I am so sorry. I'm losing my hearing.
Are we
up here.
mandating staff as part of the is it a K-6 building mandate, or is it a K-6 student mandate?
No, we need to discuss that, don't we? Thoughts? I mean, I'm not going to make that decision alone. I'm one of 5.
I think to set a good example, I think it almost has to be a K-6 building mandate.
I'm good with that.
I'm good with that.
Thank you, David.
Okay, so Brian, first I need to make a motion to add, do I need full language? Make a motion to add, to implement a mask mandate K-6, in all K-6 buildings, beginning the first day of school. Yes?
Right. Indoor, outdoor.
Indoor spaces.
Except while eating lunch, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in the lunch line.
Yep, except while eating lunch. And to be revisited at our monthly board meeting. So this one would be in effect, can we say starting September, that we don't have to vote on it again in 2 days?
Would you accept a friendly amendment that the
Yes.
administration reviews it weekly, and we are informed weekly, and it will be discussed at each board meeting, each subsequent
Yes.
board meeting?
Yes,
Okay.
That's good, Bill.
Thank you.
Okay.
Got all that, Brian?
I got it.
So I placed, I put the
You
motion, am
made-
I the
you made the
first?
motion.
Am I the first and we need a second?
Right, correct.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Yaki?
Yes.
Mrs. Brady?
Yes.
Mrs. Chestnut?
Yes.
Mr. Miranda?
Yes.
Mr. Ham?
No. Even if it's for me, please let us finish.
That
So-
added it to the agenda. That was to add it to the agenda night. You are making another motion to.
Okay. I motion that we vote on the, I motion that we vote on the motion? So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Mr. Yaki?
Yes.
Mrs. Brady?
Yes.
Mrs. Chestnut?
Yes.
Mr. Miranda?
Can you read that again for me, please?
There'll be a mask mandate for all K-6 buildings indoors with the exception of lunch to be reviewed weekly and discussed at each monthly board meeting.
There's a lot of activity going on here. What did we just vote on?
We voted to add it to the agenda.
That was just to add it to the agenda. You did not vote.
First, we added it.
You voted to add it to
Okay,
the.
I understand. We added it to the agenda.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I apologize to the crowd. It is 1 minute till midnight. It's been a long day. Please be indulgent of us here.
Okay.
Dave?
Have you made it? A motion?
So we're at the roll call.
We're at the roll call. Mr. Miranda?
Everybody voted, so it's your turn to say if you want to pass it or not.
Yes.
Mr. Ham?
No. Okay, moving on to item D, which is our procedure for public commentary. This is our second public commentary, if anybody would like to speak.
Who hasn't spoken, right?
So why is it none of you spoke about the mental health of these children? From wearing Let me ask again, why didn't any of you talk about the mental health?
Please state your name. Please state your name.
Jeff Daniel, 12 Choctaw, in Milford. Not one of you talked about the mental health of these kids. COVID. But you've had multiple parents, almost every parent come up here and tell you that there's a problem. Is there anything else that you've done besides mask to offset COVID?
Can you bring back Eagle Online for those of us who do not want to mask?
That's a question. Is there anything else you've done? No, not you guys, them. The board, you're operational now. What else have you done to protect the kids from COVID?
None. None. They don't typically answer.
So is it that, are you not going to answer me?
So I don't know, I'm not sure we're understand what you're looking for. There is
I'm not-
there's a return to learning plan from, there's a return to learning plan from last year that has quite a few items in it. And we also have a grand reopening tentative plan right now, but with the change tonight, that's gonna change, of course.
Perfect, you have a plan. What is in your plan? What other one thing have you done to protect the kids from COVID?
It's in the plan. I mean, if you want to look at the plan.
No, I want you to tell me what it is. You know, mask is your number one item.
Typically, as I read earlier with public comment, it's not a back and forth. It's not a Q&A. That's not the way public comment works. But we've taken your information, and we can send you a copy of a return plan.
Okay.
Does that work?
So you haven't done anything but make plans to have masks.
My name is Greg Vineyard, 5981 Katy Way. I do have a question, and I would like an answer from somebody on this. I have a 5-year-old who will be, as I mentioned earlier when I shouldn't have spouted off, so I apologize for that. I have a 5-year-old that's going to be attending extended day. This requirement now is going to require my 5-year-old son to wear a mask for 10 hours a day. I have no idea. As of right now, he doesn't have any health issues. So my question to you guys is, what happens when I send him to school on Wednesday and he doesn't wear a mask? What happens? So I don't know if maybe that's you that needs to answer. I don't know who that is, but my son will not attend that school with a mask on. So I want to know what happens at that point when he does do that.
John, for these questions tonight, which are certainly more operational, do you want to get their information so we can
Yes.
contact them? Okay.
That would be helpful. Will you
So
come see me?
If you could give
Will you come see
our
me?
superintendent, yeah.
Real quick, so I just have a question. If one of you could speak
Can you
to
please
what the
state your
plan-
name?
Miranda Bowen. If one of you could speak to what the plan is for children with disabilities. My kid is the one with the hearing loss that was spoke about earlier. It's a real struggle for him. So he relies heavily on reading lips, and he cannot do that. So what is the plan if teachers choose to wear a mask? What is the plan for that? Because he was behind last year because of it. He's not excelling.
Yeah, so they're gonna have to work closely with their intervention specialist, and you're gonna have to devise a plan for that.
Wait a
Oh,
minute.
For students with disabilities, we can schedule an IEP team. Of course, there's exemptions for students, and we can make a.
He has ADHD.
Right.
And he has a hearing,
So-
bilateral hearing loss, and he has a language processing disorder, and through Milford, he doesn't qualify for an IEP.
So he's not on an IEP? Okay. Does he have a 504 plan? So we will meet, if you want to add your name here and share your elementary, and the principal will get back with you about making a plan. We can work through some accommodations based through that plan.
Yeah, I just want to.
We did that last year. That was protocol.
Because when I went to meet the teacher tonight, my kid who has a hearing disability is seated in the back of the room. And none of the 3 teachers knew that he has a hearing disability. So who's communicating that?
If you can give us your name and your number, we'll reach out to you tomorrow.
Today.
Today, what building?
Bill Thomas. One of the things that was disturbing is the lack of listening. You may have heard these people, but you didn't listen. You came prepared with your decision already written. That's why you read your letters. You weren't being objective in your vote. Your job was to be objective, and you weren't objective. You didn't care what people had to say. And Dave, I'm just blown away. You caved. I was told in the election you wouldn't, but
Bill, have you addressed the
I'm
entire
sorry.
board?
I just can't believe how you guys just flooded over everybody. There was way more support to not mask than there were. You front-loaded it with the process, and then we came and sat for hours and told you all this stuff, and then you said, "Oh, we're just going to do what we want." So you did what you want. Congrats, and we will respond. I promise you, we will respond. You also, I gave Mr. Spicer data that you're violating Ohio Revised Code, which these officers are here calling us out on violating Ohio Revised Code. Ohio Revised Code Section 5501.01, Department of Transportation. Public transportation means publicly owned or operated transportation by bus, rail, or other conveyance, which provides to the public transit of paratransit service on a regular and continuing basis within the state and may include demand-responsive transportation, subscription bus service, share ride taxi, service car pools, van pools, or jitney service. Public transportation, quote, and they put that in quotes, does not include school bus transportation or charter or sightseeing services. So to come in here and tell these folks that you have to put, by federal law and mandates, masks on these kids on the bus is a lie. It's a lie. You're violating Ohio Revised Code.
And the U.S. Constitution.
Well, since I didn't introduce myself the last time, I'm Michael Schaaf. I'm at 1097 Broadview here in Milford. I don't envy you, but can you tell me that I keep hearing the data proves this, that, and the other thing. Can you tell me one instance in the last, say, 50 years the federal government got anything right? Because I don't know what it is. I honestly don't know. And then I'll leave you with a quote from C.S. Lewis. Of all tyrannies, a tyranny sincerely exercised for the good of its victims may be the most oppressive. It would be better to live under robber barons than omnipotent moral busybodies. The robber baron's cruelty may sometimes sleep. His cupidity, yeah, I'm wound up, may be at some point satiated. But those who torment us for our own good will torment us without end, for they do so with the approval of their own conscience.
Hello, my name's Kelly Dalen. I live at 827 Dorjean. My little boy was the one who was spoken about earlier. He was having migraines all year last year. He's never had problems like that. During holidays and during weekends, he was fine. He would get in the car after school and grab his head and cry. Mommy, help me with my head, it hurts. We tried everything. We went to the doctor. We did everything we could to try to help him. This summer, he's been migraine-free. The doctors have concluded that it was due to the mask. My son was born tongue-tied and has had 4 different clippings. He's still tongue-tied and has wetness to his mouth because of where the tongue sits. His mask is soaking wet at the end of the day, and I send him with multiple masks to change. What am I to do with my child? What am I to do with my little boy? I'm going to go home. He begged me, Mommy, please don't let them put a mask on me again. What do I say to him when I go home? Where do I put him? What do I do with him? We are 2 days before school starts. I have no options. That is a little boy. How is he going to learn? How is he going to grow? What are we doing to his brain? The lack of oxygen. What do I do? What do multiple parents do with this problem? We've all had COVID in my house. We are fine. I have my oldest daughter is an immune deficiency. She is fine, no symptoms, but tested positive. Myself and my other daughter who have asthma, I had severe asthma. I'm fine. But my little boy is not, and he's not going to be because of what the masks do. And you all sit up here. There's more people than not who want the choice. I was at Pattison tonight. I don't know who else was there. Majority of the people who were there did not have a mask, and they had that choice tonight. I was at the high school. Barely saw anybody with them. That's who you are representing. You're representing those people. But yet you sit up here with your own views. You are voted in to represent us and our children, our babies. And you're sitting up here and hurting them. What do I do? We need to have something in place for those children who can't wear the mask. If there are parents who want their children to wear the mask and are afraid of the kids who are not wearing the mask, put them in separate rooms. Separate them. Try something else other than just masking these babies.
You're catering to the minority.
Yes.
Flat out.
3 minutes.
You're not listening to your community.
Catherine Moore. I live at 5828 Wolf Pen Pleasant Hill Road. I have 7 children, 4 of which have already been through the system. 1 is going into the senior year, and I have an 8-year-old and a 9-year-old. My 9-year-old was in tears when he heard that he might have to wear a mask again. My teenagers, for the first time ever, have had to see a counsellor because of the emotional distress that was caused last year. I watched a doctor get up here tonight with a mask on and touch it 13, 14, 15 times in 3 minutes. And you're expecting 5, 6, 7, 8, 9-year-olds to keep their hands off masks for an entire school day? You are out of your mind. I'm sorry, but what you are asking is ridiculous. There has been proof, testimonies, left, right, and centre, that the masking of children that age is not working. It is not necessary. They do not carry the disease, and they do not spread it. So what you are doing is wrong. I've listened to 4 of you now state that you want masks in schools. Well, the vast majority don't. And you are putting yourselves up for a lawsuit if you break the law. Thank you.
Melissa Nolan, 646 Polo Woods Drive. So I'm actually running for the school board this November, and I'm beginning to learn about how this all works. I'm new, but I'm learning. And I've got a couple questions on a few things that were said tonight. One of the board members said we've been communicating regularly. So I don't have a kid at Pattison right now. I did when they were in kindergarten. But I've heard rumblings from a number of people in the other room that were at Pattison tonight that several teachers already knew that the decision was made and then said, oh, there's a meeting tonight. So one thing I learned was that on the board, the working sessions are supposed to be or the public is allowed to be at working sessions. So one of the members up here said, we've been communicating regularly. If there indeed was a previous meeting on this, on the board website, the last board work session was June 16th. So was there another board meeting discussing this prior to right now?
Would you like a clarification?
Yeah, I would.
I don't normally do this, but I will be clear with you.
Okay.
When I spoke to Mr. Spicer and I said, we have been communicating, we've been communicating one-on-one with him. He knows where we're at. We all have meetings with him on a monthly basis.
I'm just learning the process to
That's
see
fine.
what's if there was a meeting, because apparently some people at Pattison knew something. The other thing I had another concern with was a comment about the coaches rewarding students or athletes with the vaccine. So that is coercion, which is illegal. And now it's the mask, next it's the vaccine. This very school district has an 8th grader that is paralyzed from the waist down with neurological damage from her head to foot from the Pfizer trial. So if we're going to mandate masks now with the intention of moving to vaccines, you guys don't have the legal authority to mandate anything medical. There is no statute or law that gives you guys this authority. So if you could just enlighten us on what legal basis, not our own individual facts, not our own individual preferences, not our own individual ideologies, we all have different, but on what legal basis are you making this decision? Do you guys not have a legal basis? I guess that says
Are you talking about a vaccine? There's
Okay, we got a speaker.
Jason Gilbranson, 6142 Kilrenny Drive, Loveland 45140.
There's been a lot of emotion tonight, and there's been a lot of suggestions that we should operate based upon the facts. As I've listened to some of the commentary from the board, it seems that some of the decision-making process that y'all are going through is emotionally based. Indeed, we heard a board member ask how many deaths is acceptable. That's a really emotionally charged statement. But there's a logical answer to it, because we know that this disease, when we're talking about children, has caused the deaths of 200 to 300 children on an annualized basis. 3,000 to 4,000 children are killed per year in motor vehicle accidents. And I've heard people say, yes, well, death's not the only thing. You're right, there's other consequences to COVID besides death. There are also many multiple thousands more children that have lifelong, life-altering injuries from motor vehicle accidents. So if you're asking what an acceptable level of death is, and we know that it's 200 to 300 per year, and that motor vehicle causes 3,000 to 4,000 per year, if you vote yes tonight on a mask mandate, and then you go and get in your car in the parking lot and drive home, there is no logical consistency to that at all. None. Because if you have and operate a motor vehicle, and if you put your own children in that motor vehicle, you've already done the calculation of how many deaths are acceptable per year. You've done that risk analysis, even if you don't know it. And what we've lost, as I mentioned in my earlier comments, is the ability to do any type of logical, rational risk assessment when it comes to this virus. And I would just ask that you use some level of that. Use the risk assessment that you do in your everyday, ordinary lives with yourselves and your children, if you have them, if they're in the home. Because you are doing that. And it might seem hard to say, oh, well, there's an acceptable level of death. But that's a decision that you make every single day you walk out of your home and do anything.
My name is Erica Linville. I live at 1117 Westchester Way, and I wasn't planning to speak tonight. In fact, I had sent a very comprehensive email to every member of the board and Dr. Spicer as well, and I was disappointed to see that I responded I had only one response from Mr. Spicer and not a single response from any of the board members. Now, I wasn't going to reiterate any facts that have been shown, but because Kelly was brave enough to get up here and talk about her child and his migraines, one of the pieces of data that I shared, and I shared the article and the substantiation behind it, is that there's a study that shows that not only do more children die from pool drownings every year than have died to COVID to date, but that within seconds of masking our children, we have an inhalation of carbon dioxide that's more than 6 times the acceptable limit for adults. 25,000 parts per million, which is twice the level we consider hazardous in the workplace. But we want to mask these children 8 to 10 hours a day. To what end? We had COVID in my household, and I recognize that we were fortunate that it was a non-event. It was a non-event. I didn't even know the kids were positive until we had an adult symptom. And then we had them tested, and they were asymptomatic, and it was an absolute non-event. And you're talking about a household where 2 of the 3 children are asthmatic. I have several autoimmune diseases, and I had absolutely no symptoms that lasted beyond 5 days. I worked remotely, of course, through the whole thing without taking a day off, but we're willing to risk these children's health. My daughter had headaches. You know, she came home every day, eczema, headaches, bothersome things. They weren't to the extent that we heard, right? I didn't have migraines. I wasn't taking her to the doctor for this. But how long are we going to risk this? At what point are we going to say enough is enough? What's the long-term effect? My daughter is going into 2nd grade. She has been masked her entire school career. My other children performed substantially better in reading and writing. She doesn't get to watch her teachers pronunciate. It's a detriment to their learning, and I think we all know it. And I'm just very disappointed in what I saw here tonight.
Laura Rucker, 1694 Wilderness Ridge Drive, Milford. Scientist, neurobiologist, went to Northwestern University, worked at Abbott Labs. My ex-husband actually right now is making part of the vaccine that you guys think is so great. I want you to wonder why he would refuse to take it.
Say it again.
My ex-husband is making DNA to put in those vaccines. Big Pharma isn't going to ask him to take that vaccine. He wouldn't be able to make their product anymore. I just want that to sink in. He works at Nido Danko Avisha in Reading. Okay? I looked up the CDC stuff for today for Claremont County. So the count for kids 0 to 19, total cases 3,042, hospitalizations 24, deaths 0. Then I'll top it off with the last thing, which is I believed that just on August 5th, something that was passed that said that even the governor can't make a mask mandate or a vaccine mandate. So I'm really wondering where your authority is coming from. If he can't do that, why can you? And I think maybe your lawyers need to be talked to, because making a decision or maybe even voting on it might be something that's problematic. I don't know. That's not my field. Science is. And whatever you guys are doing, it's not paying any heed to actually what's going on here. That's clear. Whatever else I may want to imagine what you're doing and why, I'll leave that up to everybody else, because this is America, and I think we're going to handle it.
Hi. My name is Anita Guy. I moved here less than a year ago. I moved from Wyoming, Ohio. We passed every levy, every bond issue that came through in 32 years that we lived there. I came here just to understand how this board works and whether I can put confidence in this board. Because I understand there's going to be a big bond issue coming up sometime soon that you're going to want my vote. And I have to say that as a PhD analytical chemist, I have read the literature. I can read articles and understand them. These people out here have a better understanding of what's really going on than the people that I heard here on the board. The other point I would make is I don't feel confident in your ability to manage large sums of money efficiently and effectively based on what I've heard tonight. And I'm very sorry to hear that, because I moved from Wyoming thinking that I was coming to a place where common sense mattered. I thought I was moving to a place where we really cared about the kids and cared about what their futures were about. And I'm sorry that I'm disappointed tonight, and I hope that in November that there'll be some changes made.
My name's Gary Cook, 5540 Scarlet Maple Court. I have a granddaughter, 10 years old, and I got 14 grandkids, but this one's very, very special. She's had medical issues. And one of the biggest things was her lungs. From the time she was born, seeing her hooked up to about 13 different things to keep her alive. And now you're telling me that I have to put a mask on her? That ain't gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. And she went over to Seipelt today, anxious to go back to school, because last year she did online. And she's so excited about getting to start to school. But she said, Papa, I don't want to wear a mask. I said, Lily, you're not going to wear a mask. You're not going to do it. And if you try to put a mask on her, lo and behold, you haven't seen lawsuits like you will see.
My name's Corey Combs, short and sweet. If you're left feeling frustrated after any of tonight's events, like I'm sure many of you are, I want to let you know you have other options in November, two of which are back there, B. Norris and Melissa Nolan, and one of which is my father, Jerry Combs, who unfortunately couldn't be here tonight, but I promise that we're all working hard for each and every one of you out here, and we want to hear from you, so feel free to reach out, and we're going to do what we can to make this entire operation a much better one for you, so thank you.
Thank you, everybody, and I appreciate everybody being here, including all the folks that decided to come here in a mask, and I did see that tonight. My name is Brian Huff, by the way, and I live at 956 Caribou Run Lane. I have spent probably the last 12 months just in horror watching what's going on to our country. And what you see in front of you right now is a perfect example of where we're going to go in the future. The next thing that will happen is that these folks will require our children to have vaccines in school. And if you don't believe it, it's coming. It's coming on a national scale, folks. It already happened in Australia. Do you know what's happening in Australia? Do you know? Look it up. The other thing I want you all to know is a guy named Chris Sky. Look him up. He is a patriot in Canada. He's stopping all this in Canada. And I will reference one more thing. Alberta, Canada, a couple weeks ago, had a gentleman who actually went to court for a $1,200 mask mandate fine and fought the city of Alberta. You know how he did it? He called up the health minister and said, you prove that COVID is real, and they didn't. And what happened? Alberta took all mask mandates down, and that's what we need to do. Fight them with everything you have. Not you guys, the state, the U.S. government, whatever it takes. We are here as Americans, and we're going to fight together. I will tell you this, one more thing. If you don't want your kids to go to Milford, don't bring them to Milford. Take them out of school. Fight. You replace your children with yourself on the parking lot until they arrest you and take you off the school property. Well, I hope you don't do that. We want to peacefully do this. The thing is what's happening is if we're not peaceful in our protests, they will come after us. You saw NBC News, the 3 or 4 things that are coming. If you protest the fake election, you are a terrorist. Do you know this? If you decide to say anything against COVID, you are a terrorist. And if you do not believe, I know everyone's kind of looking at me, especially the ones in the mask. Do your research. That's all I ask. Do it. Thank you.
Again, I just want to say what everybody else has said, that I am just blown away. What we have all presented, all of our feelings that we've all presented, you guys made a choice to come tonight and optionally be masked. Why wouldn't that choice be the same for our kids? And I am extremely disappointed. As I said, my kid cannot wear a mask, and you have bound me with no other option at this last minute. So I would ask that somebody here tonight make a movement to add an option to the agenda to speak about for those of us whose kid can truly not. My kid is not going to wear a mask at PE. My kid cannot wear a mask. She wore it for 2.5 hours and had heat exhaustion. She cannot wear it all day. Everybody has told you that the detriments that it has against kids wearing a mask. And there was somebody on the board that decided that it would be a good idea to add this, and everybody fell in line. Because again, it's those fair-weathered people who think that we just need to follow what others are doing. That's not the case. You as representing educators, all of your staff tonight in the building, there was maybe one person that didn't have a mask on. And so they were comfortable with that. And now you told them how they need to act tonight. And you did not put that into their hands to make a decision, which means you don't have faith in your employees to be able to make their own decisions and decide how they want to handle things. I am my kid's father. What she does, it needs to be between her and I, not you and you and you and you and you. You don't know my kid. You don't know what she can physically do and what she can't. I do, because I've been with her throughout this whole thing. And I heard from Mr. Spicer, there was no data that there was outbreaks in summer camps and daycares this summer. No data that showed that. And here tonight, you went against the the Claremont County Health representative. You went against the science. You say that you're for science. You went against that tonight because the Claremont County Health representative said there's been no outbreaks. And here yet tonight, you put in a mask, you mandate. I need to know what my medical options are for my kids. She cannot wear it. So I will wait for you to reach out for that exemption tomorrow. And then, you know, it's not too late. We haven't left yet. You can certainly still hear us all. You can still hear the community. Somebody said, don't step over that. There was 500 plus names they had that were representing 700. Again, it's our kids. I know my kid. You don't, Dave. You don't, Emily. You don't, right? I know my kid. I know what she's capable of. I know what health-wise she can do. I would ask that, Mr. Ham, perhaps you make an agenda to give people some time to think about it, to reverse it, give them some time to think about options tonight.
3 minutes.
Maybe think about Eco Online, sir, or something like that. I would just ask that you not do it tonight. Let a delayed start. Last year you gave your teachers a delayed start when they whined at the last minute.
I'm going to close our second public comment for the evening. Thank you for everyone for, especially with this this late meeting, for coming out, expressing your point of view. For the most part, I think we did it in a civil way, and I do appreciate that. Our next regular board meeting will be this Thursday, August 19th, 2021. It'll be right here, Milford Schools Administrative Offices, 1099 State Route 131, Milford, Ohio, 45150. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Mr. Yaki?
Yes.
Mr. Brady?
Yes.
Mrs. Chestnut?
Yes.
Mr. Miranda?
Yes.
Mr. Ham?
Yes, thank you.